Interesting. Okay. Good morning. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Mbali, bonjour. Say good morning, Cody. Good morning. Vishal, good morning. Annette, good morning. Kevin, good morning. Arif, good morning. Philip, good morning. Good morning, Shatman Bernard. Ayo, Math, good morning. Brian, oh yeah, oh yeah. Chris, good morning. Focus, good morning. Lo, good morning. Jake, good morning. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Stuart. Good morning, good morning. I think we should be good to go. Oh yeah. I feel like I've been starting the streams like later and later and later, which is anyways. Oh my goodness. Look at NXU. JS, hello. Look at NXU. So these guys announced this morning that they were doing an offering as the stock was pumping. Look at that. What a disaster. Oh my goodness. The stock actually looked good this morning. It's a penny stock though. That's the danger of all this, right? It's a penny stock. Richie, you know. um, what will we on NXU? It's just a penny stock that was moving, Brad. Nothing special. Um, Again, these penny stocks below 10 cents scare me. That's why when people mention names like MCOM and eBets, initially they're all nice. They all have that potential, but these names, is just a different level. Ryan, good morning. Clouds, good morning. Gail, good morning. Paywall, in the chaos, may we make some monies, please, and thank you. Lorenda, good morning. Bondi, good morning. Musty, good morning. Alrighty, so for now, um, the main focus today might be MDAI, but then again, we're going into the open, right? So ICU's also done really well. Ryan, good morning. ICU's also done really well yesterday and last night and this morning, right? So let's see if we can kind of consolidate above $1 into the open and then push. Mark, good morning. Jill, good morning. Alrighty, so ICU potential there. MDAI still holding $4, which is good. So we will keep an eye on those names. FBYD looks like it's pushing for $20 again there, Musty. So that's interesting. IFBD had a nice pop and then a sell off. So let's see if we can consolidate above 15 cents and then go from there. The S&P looks like it's losing some of the monies into the open, right? So we have a whole bunch of Fed speakers today. There's seven Fed. Pep, good morning. Ayo. CM, good morning. Sham, good morning. Jake, hello, hello. Right. So there's seven Fed speakers today, which is wild, right? So NKTX. Let me make sure we have that on there. If it's still holding, no, it's below $3, right? Um, so it looks like these guys want to ruin the market today. Hopefully not, but we shall see. Again, the S&P is basically at break even, holding 430. So let me take a look at Netflix really quickly here. So Netflix obviously crushed earnings, right? So these guys announced that they were cracking down on password sharing. And it looks like that brought them about an extra $8 million in revenue. So people seem to like that. Again, password sharing. Them not doing password sharing equals more monies because then all these criminals can go get their own Netflix accounts. Which is again, Netflix is on fire, right? Netflix is at the highs of after hours pre-market, which is impressive. Tesla missed every metric known to man, right? So Tesla missed Elon's birthday, missed Elon's kid's birth, like they missed on everything you could think of. Obviously, the stock has been punished, right? So let me look at the daily for Tesla really quickly here. See if we have some levels. Some levels. La, 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 la. Interesting. Interesting. We still have the 200 at all the way down there, but actually no, we are opening below the 200, which is really interesting. The last time we dipped like this, we bounced off 212 for Tesla. Do I think we go down to that level? Who knows, honestly? Who knows? Um, yeah, so let's see what happens today as the market opens and as people digest the news for Tesla. Uh, Tesla missed everything, everything, all the birthdays, missed it. But again, Tesla's still a good company. Robbie, hello. Joe, good morning. Richie, good morning. Alrighty, so markets open in less than a minute here. We will talk about all these names as the day goes on, right? So, and we are officially open, right? So, we will focus on MDAI for now, and then we'll look at all these other names. What do you think the ceiling is? Not sure yet. Virgo, good morning. Travis, good morning. Joseph, what's your position in ICU? I can never answer a question like that though. Like what the ceiling for a stock is, I don't know. I don't think anyone can give you that answer, right? Good morning, Mambo. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Again, another day. Right? There's no need to rush into the open for these names. We've seen quite often how these names will sell off at the open. The difference here for MDAI might be because we've been finding support at $4 already, right? So we might not necessarily get that sell off, but at some point we will, right? So at some point we will. And bought ICU at 17. He's a better trader than that. Well, Ryan, well, well, you say that, right? So what else has he bought that's gone up like that? 57, Joseph. Okay, there you go. Yeah, just plan. Maybe set a stop loss somewhere along the way, right? Wherever that is, you should be happy, right? So whether that's at 90 cents, 80 cents, 99 cents, and then if it keeps going, and then that's amazing, right? So don't try and pick a ceiling because you might never get there. Ryan, what else? What else has he bought that's done that? Um, and you know what I mean. So, anyways, again, it looks like MDI is still holding that $4 level, which is a good thing, right? So, I only concern is it's only been 2 minutes, right? So, and there's still a lot of resistance here at 420. So I'll give it a little bit of time here for MDAI to kind of consolidate. Even though I like that $4 level, we could easily drop below, right? So ICU looks like it's dropping at the open here, which isn't a massive surprise, right? So let's see where that thing ends up consolidating at. Tesla is obviously kind of bouncing at the open. Again, not the biggest surprise, right? Tesla was crushed, right? So a bit of a bounce at the open here. Other than that, there goes MDAI with the dip below $4, right? So this is why that market open sell-off is really important, right? So you can have the best support you want, but just because the market opened, right, you never know what happens. People might be taking profits, and your support might not be strong enough to hold if the volume comes through, right? So we expect a sell-off. We demand a sell-off. We want to see a sell-off on everything, right? So when we get that sell off, and then we have a bit of a base to go from, right? So you know what I mean? Yes. Uh, TPST with a nice little pop. Let me take a look ski. Yeah, nice little push up for TPST back above $6. Feel like TPST is just gonna always be chaos. Any information on Zap? No, I'll take a look. Mullen announces another split. Well, well, what do I say? Mullen is trash. Uh, Mullen is going to zero. Mullen sucks. Uh, Look at this article. Why I wouldn't touch Mullen with a 10-foot pole. Oh my goodness, that's vicious. Damn. My goodness. Does anybody like Mullen? Uh, Proxy. So Mullen today announced the company filed for a preliminary proxy statement in the Securities Exchange Commission. Blah 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 blah. I just want to get to the stock exchange. So they're doing a 1 for 20, 1 for 2, 1 for 2 to 1 for 100 reverse split. Lord have mercy. All of the above, Bob, and none of this. No, no, no. And none of this should be a surprise to anybody, right? None of this is a surprise to anybody. None of it. None of it is a surprise, right? So if you're diamond handing Mullen overnight, then you're just asking for trouble. Anyway, so it looks like ICU hit a bottom there on that candle back to $1. So ICU held $1, which is good, and ICU is going for the highs of the day now. Again, not including pre-market, but $1 and then a pop, right? So, but it did sell off at the open to that $1 level, right? So these sell-offs are nice. These sell-offs are good, right? So now the question is, where does MDAI sell off to, and where does it consolidate at, right? So I wish this thing was giving us a better sell off below $4, or just better consolidation. For now we wait, see if we can reclaim $4 again. Alrighty, so I find this price action a little bit annoying. I wish we sold off to like to the 200 and consolidated, or we just stayed above $4, because now we're sitting in the middle, right? So again, still a stock to watch for sure though. Alrighty. Alrighty. A few times Renell. Yeah, Mullen is absolute doo doo. Right. So that's why the technicals are really important, honestly. Right. When the technicals turn bad, again, you can look at this and you can say, but like Mullen is crashing today. Um, just go look at the chart for Mullen, and it will tell you the whole story. Right. So Mullen broke below support. You shouldn't be holding it. And then the news comes out this morning. Anyway, so it looks like MDI is back above $4. I kind of still need MDI to get back above, to break above all these moving averages now, right? So it's taking its sweet, sweet time, isn't it? Sweet, sweet time. Minus, it's only 99. Yeah, Ryan? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. Here comes a retest of, let's I thought Mullen had a lot of promise. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, yeah. I think that's what people look at. With Mullen, people look at Mullen and they're like, Mullen is a brand new. Well, Mullen is not a brand new company. Mullen maybe has a future and blah 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 blah. I'm going with this, right? So, but doesn't work that way. The market doesn't care. The market does not care one bit. Especially when it comes to like a brand new company like that, a Zap. I'll take a look. Let me go take a look instead of talking about Mullen. Yeah, Zap with a nice little push, right? So a few red candles at the open and then a pop. Zap. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Let me actually switch charts to the value of those those upward calls for Tesla. Oh my goodness. See, this is why honestly, like earnings are just. For a second last night, it looked like Tesla was going to send it. Jeff, good morning. Right? It looked like Tesla had avoided the chaos. I don't know what happened. Maybe something happened with the conference call, because something turned ugly for Tesla. Something turned bad, right? Tesla was doing okay when we left the stream, right? So if my charts can properly load, right? So Tesla initially had that dip ski, right? We initially had the dip as the news came out that they missed everything, and then Tesla said, "Oh well, bye," right? And then we were pumping, right? When we left the stream, Tesla was going for 4 4. Well, at some point we started dipping, but right. So Tesla was going for 250, right? And then something changed. I don't know if Elon said something, but something changed, and Tesla said, "Nope, nope, we go to zero." And yeah, like it just crashed. Anyways, anyways, so I would like for that. Yeah, I've been in Tesla. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's see here. For free of uh, I let me do some more lines here for MDAI. I will delete some of these ones. So for now we have that 377 level there, but then we also now have that resistance at 415 ish. Alrighty, alrighty. So again, MDAI really hasn't given us anything yet, has it? It hasn't. Right. So no, no. Yoli. See if we can get back to 377 and then hold up that level. Hold up, Ren. Good morning. Good morning. Again, so the reason I say those levels, right? So we either need to come back and retest this double bottom, guys, for MDAI, double bottom and bounce, or we need to clear this resistance. One of the two, right? For now, we're playing games in the middle. Mustafa, yes. What's the resistance? 415 to 420 here. Alrighty, so we either need to break out of that range before we can say, oh yeah, this looks good for play, right? Or we come back down and retest this double bottom, one of the two, right? So and then go from there. Alrighty. So that's for MDAI, and then for ICU's been perfect with its retest, right? A perfect retest to a dollar, right? And it's been trending up the entire time. So your next resistance there will be so that pre-market high, right? So closer to $1.25. Bonjour, bonjour, Olu, right? So closer to $1.25, right? Na, 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 na. Let me see here. So 125-ish at the top there, pre-market high, and then you have and then obviously you have that $1 level there. For ICU, so there we go, and then TPST. Zap is still in that same range, even though Zap looks really good. There's a bit of resistance there at 85 cents already. Tesla looks like trash. Tesla looks like doo doo. Will break out, yeah. So watch for 85 cents there. It looks like it's failing for now though, right? So double top and then it fell. Pepe. Is hard and change the topic. That's what he said. Oh, okay. I wasn't listening. Okay. Would be but this was before the Tesla coding. He didn't sound confident. Oh, okay. There you go. So that's the problem then. That's the problem. You attempted to add, yeah. So again, ICU failed that resistance. Now it's dropping like a tomato rock, right? So again, not a massive surprise, right? So that pre-market high, right, is a problem, right? Obviously, you can see the red zone at the top, right? So resistance, resistance, resistance. Hashtag confidence, right? So yeah. So again, you don't want to be adding at resistance, right? So regardless of like how confident you are or your entry or yeah, so just be careful there, please. Tesla's about to go test new lows, new bottoms, right? So MDAI is still in that same stupid range, right? So not quite doing anything there yet, right? So we shall see. Again, don't forget to smash a like, Dan. Thank you. Don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new, and if you're not a member yet, click the link at the bottom there from Nightbot and come join us in Discord. So it would be nice for ICU to stay above this next line. So again, that's our resistance at the top. We now have this level to watch potentially. If not, then maybe we go back and test the dollar, right? So let's see what happens. Maybe even at the 200, yeah, the dollar 12, right? So, but consolidation is really all that matters, right? And then we can go from there. Alrighty. Uh, Mike, yeah, it's not doing anything. Okay, yeah, maybe it will. Sometimes it takes a bit for some of these stocks to get moving, but yeah, yeah. To before the earnings calls, Wes, he needs to smoke more. Oh my goodness. He needs to do something. Anyways, yeah, so ICU failed that resistance for now. Retesting the 200. Zap, yeah, Dipski. So watch for that 85 if you're in it for resistance. TPST, selling off. Lows of the day for TPST already. And here we go for MDAI. Starting to look a bit interesting now. Um, so let's see if we can actually do some things. Actually do some things here, MDI. Here we go, 410. 410. And maybe this 48, maybe this 385 was the spot actually. Even though we wanted it all the way down there. Yeah. Here comes the resistance, guys. Here comes the resistance. We need a breakout to go boom skis, you know? We need a breakout to go boom skis. Choo, choo. So and we're failing again, right? So it's halted up. Okay. Musty, did you get back into that one? Come on, give us a breakout. Nope, nope, not yet. Oh, 113, 110. Failing on failing on failing on failing. Yeah, let me take a look. FBYD. FBYD. Okay, it's halted at 19. So, yeah. Hopefully it opens above $20. Riz, I mean, it's one of those things where like it's always a cycle, right? So it's always a cycle of okay, you know what, these look good, these don't look good, these look good. So you just kind of wait, and then you go in, and then you wait, and you go in, you know. So it's always like that, though, right? So I mean, we had a name last week that went up 4,000%, right? So maybe people are still kind of catching on to they're still kind of digesting. Good talking to you. Anyways, it looks like we are about to break above 415 here. So let's see if we can actually break and stay above it, right? So 415, 420, this little 5 cent range there, resistance. Ready? Come on. Come on. Nope, not yet. That candle has about another 37 seconds on it, though, before we actually get a decision. So, Ian, thank you. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys. Emer, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo. Right, so we have 25 seconds left on that candle to see if we close above resistance. But it's looking better, isn't it? Here we go, 420, it's 425. 425. Can we break and hold, please? We don't have time for this rubbish. All these games are a bit silly. Please and thank you. Hello, Ghost. How did the dance floor and shake it? Please and thank you, Dan. Yeah, maybe it's scared of all these people speaking to their Dan. No, 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 no. Is that IC will bounce off a doll off 102? Yeah, That's in that yeah, as long as it stays above a dollar, right? So Ren, and if that's what you're thinking, right, then you're better off waiting. You're better off. There we go, guys. Boom skis. Come on, come on, come on. Boom skis. Come on. La 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 la. Here we go. La 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 la. Here we go. $4.38. So nice little breakout, right? So that's why we were just watching that level, right? So we're watching that 415 level. Even if we come back down, which we most likely will, at some point we will most likely come back to retest this level, right? Retest that breakout zone. But that's why we're watching that level, right? MDAI only goes boom skis when it breaks above that resistance, right? So we played games here the entire time. Games, right? Like I said, this is only a play if we come back down to this level and hold, or if we break above this level, right? Because then people will kind of FOMO. So now the question is, can we just break above 450 and go, or do we come back down to retest that 420 again and consolidate, right? So yeah, let's see what happens here. If you are in MDAI, type in yes in the chat. 441. Okay, sounds good. Let's see. Yeah, ICU is dipping now to retest. ICU actually made new lows, right? But it's still holding a dollar here. So resistance, pre-market double top. So for ICU and straight to the abyss, right? To retest a dollar. So hopefully it stays above a dollar, right? So yeah, right. The thing with breakouts now is when you yeah you got in at you yeah and then you got at a, okay, sounds good, right? So the thing with breakouts is what you're looking for is, a stock and breakout, yes, right? Now the question is, do we either just keep going, or we come back and retest? In this case, it looks like it wants to keep going, which is perfect, right? So you got in at 415 pre-market. Oi, JS, yeah, four modes, right? So here goes the highs, right? So 442, there we go, 443. Just give us a boomski. Give us a boomski, right? So again, this only became a play this morning when, again, either you look for as close to this double bottom. This is why we say, again, the stocks have to crash at the open for the most part. We want them to, right? Because if I'm watching this stock, right, and I'm like, you know what, I'm looking for a crash at the open, because I always am, right? If I'm looking for a crash at the open, what I'm looking for is for this first bounce. Once I get this first bounce, if I buy anywhere around this area, I know that, okay, that's the level that I'm not allowed to go below, right? Or I wait for that breakout, right? Again, this was our first candle that closed above, right? This first candle right there closed above 415. What happens after that? Well, four green candles after that. Look at it go now, right? So 445, 446, right? So we're looking a lot better, right? Either you wait for the dipski or you wait for the breakout, right? So one of the two. You don't go guessing at the open, but please, I think this is the best stock of the day. It doesn't matter, does it? Right? So it does not matter, right? And look at the go now, right? So boom skis. Look at that, 460, guys. Boom skis, boom skis, right? So again, like I said earlier, MDIA was going to be our main focus today, right? But at the same time, it doesn't mean like, oh, you just go jumping in, right? Like, oh, right. So because it's the main play, you buy it at any point. No, it doesn't work like that, right? So for now, we will come back and retest something at some point, right? That was a breakout. That's a nice push, right? That's a nice little scalp. So at some point, we have to come back and retest something, right? And then maybe get a higher low, and if we can do that, then it just continues going the entire day, right? So after that, clear skies, clear skies, clear skies. So earlier this morning, the resistance we hit was 480. We double topped at 480. So if at some point today we can get to 480, that's a really good thing, right? So do I have small kids? No, I do not. Why? Why? Now I want to know why that question comes up. Um, is a small kid? But why? See, now I need to know why that question is coming up. Um, because that's so random. Um, uh, um, anyways, so let's see if we can dip and hold the nine or something like that. Um, would be microscopic. Oh my goodness! To ask him if if his shirt is a tag on your shirt that shouts small. I don't know. But now we are waiting for the retest. Yeah, right. So one of the two, right? You either look for the breakout, depending on how. So again, a few things to think about when it comes to breakouts, right? When it comes to breakouts, you want to wait for the retest depending on how big of a push we had to break out. Like if I'm watching a stock, right? If I'm watching a stock and the breakout, we had to go from $1 to $2 to break out, then yeah, I want to wait for a breakout. If I'm watching a stock and we had to go from $1 to $1.05 to break out, that's 5 cents. Then depending on how we break out, then maybe I'm okay with that, right? So, but yes, a retest. After this rally, you're looking for a retest. So quick scalp, Olu. In 20 seconds, let's go. Congratulations, Olu. Why is your membership expired, Olu? Why? Why is your membership expired? Don't make me come find you and send it to the village. Anyway, so again, yeah. So for now, we are holding the nine, which is good. ICU is still doing a good job holding above $1, which is good, right? So FYBD, FBYD seems to be playing with $20, so that's good. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Mustafa. They just had to come 475. Okay, at least it's all the way up there, you know. At least it's all the way up there. Uh can you imagine like how do you send a signal at, I mean we talked about this, but at resistance, we know there's a double top at 480, you know? We'd love to see a breakout. Yes, always a good thing, but like imagine buying this thing at 475 and then you go to 480 and then crash like this. Anyways, what can you do? Uh uh and you end words with skies. That is, you're needing to be a parent soon. You and oh my goodness, because I used to repeating simple phrases over and over. Lorenda, see, I don't know why this keeps coming up, but anyways, because you have okay, well, I do like kids though. I do like kids. Kids love me. So, anyways, and kids are fun, but no. Anyways, so if any of you guys have kids, I'll babysit your kids. Alrighty? Alrighty. Again, don't forget to smash a like if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you are not a member yet, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbots and come join us in Discord. Alrighty? Other people's kids are fun. Yes, the best. Sebastian, I'll take a look in a second. Um, yeah. Uh, Good friends give you an OLE's try. Yeah, I do like. Excuse me. No, someone was asking Stuart. Up there, Hannah was saying, "Do you have small children?" I'm like, need assistance? No, it's okay. um, I'll send him your way, teach him your ways, Ian. Perfect. Here goes the dip ski, guys. Right. So now the question is, can we dip? Right? So when you're waiting for that retest, right? IC is below dollar. Yeah, it did for a second and then came right back above. So now when you're waiting for that dip ski to MDAI, you need consolidation, right? We might be Chase. I'll take a look as well. You might be looking for that 415 level for retest, but we kind of need to consolidate. We need to consolidate and then start to curl, right? And then we have something. For now, it looks like we're holding both of those candles above that level, which is good, but we still need to consolidate. Let me go take a look. It really did well. It came for those 99s, those 99 stop losses. 90, it actually came all the way to 98 and then a bit of a bounce. But you notice the difference here too now is look at the blue line, right? So look at the blue line. When did we break below the blue line? All the way up there, right? And now every candle we've had so far is failing to break above the 9 and stay above it, right? The blues. So yeah, a bit of a problem there, isn't it? Right? Yeah. Back to, oh my goodness, that's an aggressive pop, right? So again, the only annoying thing here now is we know this is a level that we want to see hold. That's not a surprise, right? We know this level here, this circle right there, we know that's resistance. If I asked anybody like, hey, close your eyes and think of a level you would like for MDI to bounce at, it's this level right there. That's the perfect level. But it's annoying when you don't have that consolidation, isn't it? Right? That's a perfect bounce, right? So we came right back down to 415, right? Which was our breakout zone, right? Your breakout level becomes your potential bounce level, right? And now we are bouncing off 415, so which is good, right? So again, it's a bit annoying that we only had those, right? So it's annoying that we only had those those two candles breaking below and then popping immediately, right? So yeah, so we'll see. Now we need to go back and break about 450 and then send it. Alrighty, so 440. We're back to 440. ICU is still playing with a dollar here, but my concern is it's below the 9, so it's gonna need to reclaim that 9 and hold above that level. Alrighty, so back to our favorite name of the day for now. For now, as long as we hold, as long as we hold, as long as we hold. Zap again. Zap failed that resistance, guys, and it's been crushing since that. Right? Where's the blue line, guys? Can somebody find the blue line? Right. So we broke below the blue line right there. Right. 80 cents. What's been happening since that? The stock has been crashing. Right. The importance of the blue. The importance of the blue. Right. We broke above the blue line at the open, and we went from here, stayed above the blue line the entire time. As soon as we hit resistance, and it's one of those things where you have to like, right, you have to always combine a few things, right? If I see a stock that's finding support and is breaking above the blue line, that's a good thing. If I see a stock that's clearly hitting resistance, right, clearly hitting resistance at the top, right, it's not just one candle resistance. Look at all those candles at the top, right, and it's breaking below the 200 and the blue line, you might have a problem, right? There's a lot of things wrong here with this stock. So many things: resistance, 200, blue line, everything. And then here's the stock sitting at the low of the day. Not a big surprise. Ham, there we go. MDAI, guys, looks beautiful. Perfect. Right? So, again, a perfect retest, not the best consolidation, but then a perfect bounce. So, the stock looks good. Now we need to go back and break above $4.55. Alrighty? 455 is what we need to break above now. Did anybody buy the dips keys on that retest? Anybody? Anybody buy the retest? Na, 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 na. Here we go. I think I need. Deliver. What's in the scanner there? Okay, perfect. Yeah, Tesla's not recovering yet. Yeah, you did. You added some more, Lorenda, 415. There you go. Right. So now the question, Lorenda, is can we break out? Right. Um, you did 415 second scalp now focus. Love it, love it, love it. See, I like this. We're all learning, guys. We're learning, right? So we're learning. Now the problem is, yeah, there's the problem, right? So that's the problem now. Is now we have a double top. So now we have a double top at 450 ish. So we can break above 450. That's the next send it. That's the next boom ski level, right? So come on, come on, come on. 445. Come on. Give us a breakout. Come on. 447. Come on. 448. Come on. 449. 450. Come on. Come on. 452. Right. So it's still again a little bit of resistance here. If we can break and close above these levels, then we're good to go. Right. So then let's go for 480. Let's go for 480 and something. Um, please and thank you. Some jazz. No, all of that stuff is copyright. Anyways, so again, if you bought the dip skis, there we go, new highs of the day, guys. Well, we're actually testing the exact high. There we go, boom skis, 460, guys. Send it, yeah, send it, send it. There we go. So at least for now, we've made new highs. Just keep moving your stop losses higher, guys. Uh, that was way too quick of a dip there. The volatility on this is honestly annoying. It's good that we're doing what we need to do in terms of holding the levels, but technically we haven't closed above 450 yet. You look at those candles at the top. Does that look like a double top, guys? Kind of does, doesn't it? Right. So it looks like an M, right? So the M doesn't stand for money, by the way. The W does. So we need to break and close above 450. If we can close above 450, then that's when we're ready for more boom skis, right? So this was a bit of a fake out, right? So what I like about this is that it's able to recover back to that level so quickly, and we're still holding the levels. Like we haven't broken below or above any level, so we're sitting in the middle trying to decide. But it still looks good, doesn't it? Sing, you got in at a dollar at 110. Sing, just put a stop loss. Put a stop loss. For now, it's holding 98 cents. So you kind of needed to stay above 98 cents. Dan, okay, 430. Okay. When do we get snack time? Soon, soon, have soon, 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 soon. Yes, you've been in and out paywall. Love it. Love it. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, and then that's really tight. Then that's perfect. Then you can easily set a tight stop loss thing. I like that. Right. I like that. AT&T is up a dollar. AT&T, Kevin. That's a random name. That's a random name. It always does. This is a cheap buying opportunity. Getting some December calls, Dan. Exactly. Exactly. Tesla always recovers. Na, 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 na. For the most part. No one cares. But that's so random though. Where's AT&T coming from? AT&T. So it looks like for now, guys, we bounced off 415, but now we're failing at 450. right? We're failing at 450 and we're back to that same level again, right? So can we find a base at 415 again here? Can we close these candles above 415, right? So you kind of want to make sure this thing gives you a higher low, right? So if we can, then that's good still. Um, and this is one of those situations where you have to make that decision, right? When a stock is getting to resistance and we know it's resistance, do you take profits at resistance because it's a potential double top, or do you set a stop loss higher, right? And then go from there. So again, it looks like we are holding that level. We are liking to let me duplicate one of these. So we kind of need to stay above that, right? And then that almost looks like a double bottom, doesn't it? ICU. Yeah, ICU is bouncing. ICU is bouncing perfectly, right? So nice little double bottom there, 98 cents, right? And it's back to 107 cents. So yeah, your position is nice. Your stop loss is not sure where you have it, but it should be nice. Yeah, you should be in a good position. Yeah, right. So again, look at ICU and see why we talk about the blue line being important, guys. Right? Why do we say the blue line is so important? Look at the blue line here, right? So we kind of rallied with the blue line. Guess what happened? As soon as we broke below the blue line, let's say you stayed away from this stock, right? So the stock broke below the blue line right there. Let's say you stayed away from from this stock. Like, no thanks, I'm not gonna touch it till we get back above the blue line. No thanks, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks. Right? When we actually like closed the candle above the blue line at 102, well, it actually bounced a little bit, right? So and it's still trying to bounce. So right, that's why we say the blue line is important. Alrighty. Ian, there we go. So it looks like MDAI is still bouncing off that support, right? So that's a good thing for now. Only if the damn thing would not come back down to this stupid level, so you wouldn't have the breakout. The breakout? No, I would. Ham. Right? Like I said earlier, again, it depends how we're getting to the breakout, man. There's the times that you're looking at the stock and the room to the breakout is way too massive, right? And then the times so you can see that, okay, we're really close and we keep testing that level, and then you're just looking for that candle to close, right? Or you're looking for the retest, right? So oh no, this one? No, absolutely not. That's a double top. Also, look at the size of this candle here. That's potentially the biggest candle we've seen all day today, right? That candle went from 420 to 470. That's a breakout. That's a massive candle, right? And a candle that never closed above, right? So look at this candle. So when I say breakout, right? When I say breakout, right? So we know the breakout zone is 450, right? So this is 450. Right there, that's 450, right? This is the potential breakout candle. Look at the size of that candle. And does that candle actually close above 450? It does not, right? Whereas look at the breakout at 415, right? So we know 415 is resistance. Resistance right there, resistance right there. This is the breakout candle. That candle actually closes above 415, right? And then guess what happens after that? Boom skis, right? So it's different, right? So I am okay FOMOing into a stock if it's breaking out and the candle hasn't closed yet. If it's a small breakout, right? Like if it's a small breakout. But if I'm watching a stock and I know my breakout is at 450 and then we go from 450 to 470, like we just shot off straight to the moon, right? Um, then I'm not gonna FOMO into that candle. You want to let it consolidate above that level, then yeah. So closing the candle is really, really important. Really, really important. B Fry looks like it hit resistance at $8 and then backed off, right? So not a brand new stock, right? So it looks like MDI is trying, right? So again, this chart is almost played out. It's teasing. It's one of those really annoying charts. It's doing exactly what you need it to do. Well, we still need 450, but it's doing exactly what you need it to do with the retest. But the way we come back for a retest is a bit annoying, right? So we're not exactly holding the exact levels that we need to be holding, but it's still giving us a higher low, right? So this thing needs to do better. CDIO, no, I am not Ren. So now the blue line is going to act as like resistance, isn't it? Right now the blue line is going to act as resistance, which is a bit of a problem. Um, A bit of a problem. AMC is pushing up, Leo. Nice. Another BioC. Yeah, BioC had a nice, interesting. See, you feel like you have to FOMO. Okay. Yeah. Again, like we mentioned this morning, I posted those levels in the HT signal channel and in Trade Ideas this morning, right? So the two levels that we were watching at the open, right? Because again, pre-market is a different thing. Once you get to the open, it's a little bit different, right? So again, we were looking for a potential double bottom close to 380, right? That's why we have these two circles there. The second time we got there, we kind of played with, we never quite got there, so that's annoying. But then again, also looking for this resistance, right? So the breakout right there, right? So you could be watching that level as it's playing games and watching and watching and watching, and then you can eventually, right? So, anyways, come on, come on, MDAI, give us something. ICU's done a good job though. ICU's done a good job of again double bottoming at 98 and then slowly trending up. So that's a good thing. You do have a bit of resistance here at 107, 108 for ICU, so just be mindful of those levels. Zap has gone to doo doo, right? Look at Zap. Is Zap still below the blue line, guys? Right? So let's go. Look at DP, guys. DP, so DP, perfect entry, perfect exit, right? So congratulations. It's a very nice play. Yeah, again, Zap, absolute doo doo, right? Look at the blue line. Has that thing been above the blue line, guys? Nope, not once. Not once. So if you're watching Zap, right, you might even look at this and say, "Ooh, it's finding a bottom here." Nope, it failed at the blue line and straight to the abyss, right? So Zap is still trashy. Anyways, back to MDAI, right? So we need to reclaim all of these moving averages again now. So we need to get back about 430 for MDAI to look better. Already, come on. My goodness, there's nothing moving, so just go already. This thing is gonna make us beg again, isn't it? There we go. Come on, 430. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Pot C is gapping up. Okay, nice. There we go, 430 again. So 430 has become a bit of resistance now, hasn't it? Because of the moving averages. Can you take a look at MSS? Yes. If you have a question, just let me know what your position is, Stuart. Yeah, let me know. I'm in this stock, or I'm looking for an entry. I'm in at this price, or just let me know. Let's go, Joe. Give us a breakout, please, for SPY. Yeah, yeah. Na 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 na. Good morning, AD. Ayo, how are you? But today's you tempted for NXU? Maybe, yeah. Those guys were ready to do an offering, though. My goodness. Oh, you're in at $8.50 for MSS. Okay, let me take a look. So MSS looks beautiful. My goodness, look at that chart. Not the best volume, though, is it? Not the best. But look at the way that thing is moving. My goodness, nice and steady. That's the 1 minute though. So if I look at the daily here, it also actually kind of looks good on the daily, right? Nice consolidation on the daily. So it looks like it was an IPO or a name change at some point. I think it might have been it was an IPO, right? So, but then what I like about this though is look at that consolidation right there for a few days, right? So that's really good actually. So for now, you're in a nice position. As soon as I say that, we're most likely dipping because of the lack of volume, right? The volume just isn't the best. That's the only concern, right? So again, pick a stop loss and set a stop loss, and then go from there. Alrighty. See the way this is. Seems like TradingView is glitching there because of the lack of volume. Yeah, your entry. Let me take a look. Actually, you got in at 850. You said. Okay. Yeah, you got in right there. You got in almost at the tippity tippity tops. right? So, and this is another thing I mentioned in the past. Like a stock can look really, really good, right? But then that entry really makes a difference, though, right? So now you're dealing with the first dip, right? Because at some point you know it's going to dip. At some point it's going to dip, right? So, and that's kind of what you're dealing with here now, right? So again, your next support will be closer to $7.80, and you can see how quickly the damn thing moves. Like it jumps 30 cents at the time. That's because of the lack of volume, right? So ICU is perfect, right? So look at that nice uptrend. So nice double bottom at the open. If you waited for the break of the 9 EMA, the blue line after consolidation, and you took a position, you're green, right? You're green. If you FOMOed at $1 because you just wanted to buy $1 and you set a stop loss at 99.98, it got hit, right? But if you waited for that $1 for that clear of the nine, you're fine, right? So ICU looks good. Your next resistance is 110 here, alrighty. So yeah, it looks nice. So 110 resistance there. MDAI still looks good. Again, I like what it's doing, right? So we've done a good job of breaking out and staying above the breakout, right? So now we need to break above this stupid resistance at 430 and stay above 430. You got in at 415. Okay, don't go red, right? So once you go green, try not to go red, right? Try not to go red. And this is something that I was explaining to someone last night is you can pick the best entry for a stock, right? So if you got in at 415, you're happy, right? There are times where you will get into a stock at the perfect price and it will go boom skis, oh my goodness, right? And there are times where it will go up $1, $2, $5. There are times when you get into a stock at the perfect entry and it goes up 10 cents and you're like, that's it, right? And there are times you get it and it doesn't work out, right? So, but what you have to do is you just have to plan the trade like you would any other trade, right? So, stop loss in there, whatever you need to do it to protect the monies, right? So, uh, did you buy the break of 450? Ham, you ignored all these other ones. You ignored the that initial breakout. No, again, so this breakout at 450, that again, that's quite the pop though, right? That's an aggressive look at the size of that candle. We went from the bottom to the top to the highs of the day, right? So maybe give it time to close above or at least consolidate, right? If you're gonna buy 450, give it time to consolidate above 450, right? So interesting. Huh. La, 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 la. So now we're just kind of playing games here with $4.30. Yeah, buy low, sell high. Yeah, that thing. It looks interesting. What do you think of SPR? I have two contracts on it. Strike is $22 in the call. Okay, I'll take a look. I would, and here comes another retest, guys. Here comes another retest. Right, so that 430 level is proven to be a problem. Yeah, tough. B fry is on one of the yeah. What's your question though? What am I looking for? What am I looking at here? So again, it looks like it's found a way to stay above. It came all the way down to $5.90 and held that level, so that's a good thing. Your next resistance here will be 650. Yeah, practice selling on the big pops, Lorenda. There you go. Yeah. Na, 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 na. What is up with BioC, Kevin? BioC looks nice, doesn't it? It's up 35%. Yeah, Kelly loves this one. Yeah, it looks good. What's your question, Kevin? And then Chris says SPR. So you got into SPR, Chris. You're holding $22 calls. When did they expire? You must be green on these calls, right? So it looks good, right? So you're approaching resistance there at 22.55, right? That's your next resistance. Also, I'm not sure when you bought these calls, but this thing has been pumping. It's been pumping, right? The last 2 weeks, it's been on fire. The last 2 days, especially, it's done really well, right? So you are approaching resistance at 22.50 there. So it expires tomorrow. Yeah, I would start thinking of, okay, when do I take my monies? When do I get my monies? Right, Chris? So you must be nice and green on this, which is beautiful, right? So for now, Any sign of weakness, but it looks really good for now. So maybe you're okay just holding this and watching, right? But any signs of weakness, I would get rid of it, right? Any signs of weakness at all, right? So or you can trim on the way up, or you can take some profits, right? So yeah, oh, you did ham, okay, okay. So it looks like we broke below that level, right? We broke below that level with a nice dipski on MDAI, but then reclaimed that level immediately, right? So we're back about 415 again. You're welcome, Chris. Right. The reason for that is, like when the closer we get to expiration, right? So if that thing shows any signs of red, then you start to lose monies really quickly, which is a problem, right? So which is a bit of a problem. Is there you go, Freebo. Again, don't forget to smash the like, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. If you're not a member yet, you are missing out, right? So click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbots. Come join us in Discord, alrighty? Come join us in Discord. At some point today, we will hop off and go stream in Discord at some point. So come join us. So already. Again, smash the like, hit that subscribe, and come join us. MDAI a little bit slow. I would have really enjoyed if this thing was consolidating above 450. Of course. But we keep playing with this stupid level, 415 level, over and over and over again. So concern now is we're now kind of riding all these moving averages lower. So if we can break above 430, then we look good again, right? If not, maybe we just dip ski again, right? To retest one of these lower levels, which would not be ideal. I would like to stay above 415, please and thank you. But you kind of need to break above all these moving averages here. What do you think of Wheeler? I was up at 170 in pre-market first, and then seems to be a found support at $1.10. Are you looking for positions, Tom? Or are you in it already? And here we go again for MDAI, right? So this thing is just playing games with us now. Playing games with us. Oh, cool. Okay, let me take a look. Yeah. No, Chris, this is a SPR still slowly creeping up, right? So if it can break out, that would be nice. Setting a stop on 112. Okay. Yeah, let me take a look. Let me take a look. See, I like that you kind of have a plan with that. So the low of the day is 109. Okay. So if you took a position anywhere, I would most like if I took a position anywhere, Tom, I would look for as close to like the intention would be to set a stop loss slightly below 109 anyways, right? So just because again that's the low of the day, you kind of don't want to let it go below that level. If you go below 109 and then you're looking for that pre-market low of 107, right, which is again that's your demand zone, right? So that's the same support we had yesterday, right? So 107. So we bounce off that level in the morning. Only concern for now is in terms of you looking for position is you're sitting against the 200 now, right? So you notice how we failed close to the 200. I would be a little bit careful there, right? I would give it more time. You've had quite a few green candles. Your entry was right there. This was your entry, right? We talked about the blue line, right? We broke below the blue line right there. We sold all the way down, and then we reclaimed the blue line. So this would have been your entry. The level you mentioned, actually 113ish, 113, that would have been your entry, right? With a tight stop loss, slightly below. So for now, you either want to see that thing break above like $1.20, right, and stay and consolidate above $1.20, just because you failed twice already at that level. Twice already, we failed at $1.20, right? Twice this morning. You're sitting at 118. So if you buy 118 and it fails again, then you're kind of putting yourself in a tough situation. So I would either wait for a break above that level or wait for Dipski closer to this support and then see if we can and then set that stop loss. Alrighty. ICU slacking. Oh my goodness. MDAI is also slacking. Everything is just slacking. Right. So it looks like we had the entries early on in the morning, but now everything just looks a bit slackish. Right. So Gino, what's your question for Zap? When you say can you take a look at the stock, I don't know what you're asking, guys, right? So that's why I would usually ask, just so I can understand a bit what your question actually is, right? Because people will usually ask like, "Hey, can you take a look at the stock?" And then I'll say, "Okay, this and this." Then they're like, "No, it doesn't matter. I'm in at this price already," or like, "No, it doesn't matter. I'm short this stock," right? So let me know what your question actually is. Not just can you take a look at the stock. What are you actually asking? Good morning, Wizard. Let's go. Let's go. Does it look like it's curling? Let me go back. Zap is 50. There you go. Answer will most likely be yes. It's no, it's a no, right? So it looks like it's trying to consolidate though, doesn't it? Right. So again, my concern with that is this right there, like this looks exactly like this, right? The only question now is, can we, if we can break, if that thing can get back about 53, let's call it 50, yeah, 53 cents. If it can get about 53 cents, then yes, it's curling, right? And then you just need to make sure that it doesn't go below 50 cents. Don't go, if that thing goes below 50 cents, you're in trouble. Pack your bags, run, right? So for now, again, look at what it's doing, right? It failed again at 53 and it's going back to 51, right? So yes, it's trying to curl, but again, look at this stock and ask yourself, what's the one thing that you can look at on this stock to help you out, right? Look at the nine, look at the blue line, right? Look at the blue line. Every time it tried to go back up, it failed at the blue line and then crash. And then tried to go up again, failed at the blue line and then crash. And it's doing the exact same thing here, right? And it's about to go below 51 cents. So, yes, it might be trying to consolidate, but the one thing we need to work out for us isn't quite working out, right? So, if that thing can get above, and obviously the line will keep going down, right? So now it looks like it's at 52.70. So, if it can find a way to break above, then that's good. Maybe then it's finally curling, right? Can you check your email? I'm inquiring about the Discord link. Okay, let me take a look at my email. Let me take a look at my email. Uh, oh no, you haven't sent me. You might have sent an email to the wrong email. Make sure you haven't sent an email to Hot Trades. You know, the other email. Anyway, so if you need a Discord link though, and you're a member, which you are, use this link at the bottom of the chat. This yellow link now. Click that yellow link at the bottom of the chat. That's your invite, and then follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. 50 cents sing. That thing goes below 50 cents. It's going below all-time lows, right? All-time lows, 52-week lows. Not exactly appealing, is it? Mm-mm. Right. So MDAI is still quite annoying, but trying to bounce. ICU. The good thing about ICU here now is that it's staying above $1. Right, folks. At the let me see. I think Pablo sent a thread of messages. Let me go back to the top. Try to ask things like, where are you seeing support and resistance? Thank you, Pablo. Exactly, exactly. Right. So even better, I'm seeing it correctly. Is that having a hard time getting above X? Beautiful, Pablo. Exactly. Right. So start learning how to read. Exactly, Pablo. Exactly. Right. The reason I want to ask you, the reason I say ask me a better question is because you think about like, when you ask me a question like, hey, I'm looking for a position at this price, or I'm looking to do this and this and this and this, at least you're thinking about what you're doing. And that's really important, right? Because there are people that will send them a fax, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're just like reacting, you're just jumping into stocks, right? So you want to at least have an idea of what you're doing, right? Or what do you think about this stock? No, like you want to be forming an opinion of your own. You want to be learning and forming an opinion, right? So next time you go on a stream and somebody says, hey, AMC is gonna squeeze, you're gonna say, you can squeeze these, right? You know what I mean? So again, you wanna, right? Because a lot of people got into trouble with AMC and Mullen because they're asking for, what do you think of this? What do you think of this and this and this and this? Um, right? So again, the people in this community will, for the most part, give you like an honest, genuine opinion, right? But that's not always the case, though, right? When you meet people online, when it comes to like stocks and whatnot and your monies, right? So yeah, that's how they communicate in Canada. Oh my goodness. What would be a good exit strategy, Derek? I don't know. Um, Zap is trying. It's trying. It's trying. The good thing about Zap is that at least it had some momentum earlier, so you can look at that stock and hopefully the momentum can catch on. But look at how hard it's fighting to break above the blue line. Look at how hard that thing is fighting there. Hard. Nemo? Okay, sounds good. There are questions that shows your effort on their behalf. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I will usually take the time to answer your question if I notice that you're putting effort into the question, right? So yeah, it looks like it's trying. Zap is trying for the first time. For the first time, it's trying. Trying. Huge candle on DKDCA. Okay. ICU, good job holding a dollar. TPST just never did anything, right? Other than that big pop at the open, guys. This is why we say again that sell off at the open is very important, very very important, right? So very very important to sell off at the open, right? And also when you're looking at a stock and it goes below the low, back your bags, right? So back your bags. Riz, how do you get the same setup as I have? Become a member is that's step number one, and then the few more steps after that. Become a member. Let me take a look at DKC. La, la, la. Not a whole lot. ICU looks nice, doesn't it? Uh, and what seems to be going good now. It does. Okay. Okay. So you sent it anyways. Let me take a look. Wheeler. Yeah, it looks like it's breaking above that 120 level, right? So that's a good thing, right? If it can stay above $1.20, or again, like just the fact that it broke above like that 200 right there, right? So that little white line, right? So just the fact that we broke above the 200, that's a really good thing, right? So hopefully it stays above it now. You're seeing updates on it. I wonder if it's to do with Israel today, and I haven't seen that, Ren. I'm hearing it from you for the first time. Um, yeah, it's a lot of chaos, like some of the videos you see honestly in some of these countries, not just Israel, right? So Israel is just another reminder, or Palestine, just another reminder, right? But some of the things that happen in some of these countries, you some of these videos, honestly, like the things people go through because of like other people's, like it's pretty. um so we're just grateful for anyways. Virus, good morning, good morning, good morning. Tech and RSN. Okay. Yeah, they have news. They have news. It seems. Let me go take a look. And RSN, 82 cents. So NRSN announced that ALS researcher confirms the efficacy of Neurosense Therapeutics lead drug. Okay, so one of the drugs seems to be doing well. Right. So na 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 na. NRSN. Oh no. Okay, that came through anyways. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. Good. Na 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 na. Let's see. Let's. Okay. ICU looks nicer, doesn't it? You're back to they have until 11 a.m. to do something. Why? Are you doing something at 11? uh, $4. What is the next support? Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Captain. Yeah. There you go. So again, you have this $4 level, right? and then you have that previous bottom closer to that 80, right? So to maybe not quite all the way down to like 385 though, 380. You might actually be looking for like 390s or something like that. So, but yeah, initially you have $4, yeah, initially. And another thing that's commonly mentioned is, right, and again, like it's one of those things that we will give you all the tools, and then you pick whichever ones you like, right? You notice how this became a huge problem. So again, look at the cross between the blue line and the red line, right? The 9 crossing the 20 was a really good thing because then we actually broke out. We actually broke out, right? And then look at the when the blue line crossed back below the red line, it became a problem, right? So the blue line crossing below the red line is a problem, and we've been selling off since that. So at some point, that thing is going to need to switch back over if it wants to go higher. Do you think AI will eventually take over trading? I don't think so, honestly, paywall. Maybe I mean, that's something I think everybody has thought of. What do you guys think? Do you guys think AI will eventually take over trading? Um, I think to a certain level, there's gonna be that, that yeah, but I don't think it's, for retail, not for a damn long time, right? So not for a long time. I think yeah. Then go further. What do you mean? Like go like higher or lower? Right. I think again, if you think about it now, it already has exactly. There you go, Hugh. Right. If you think about it now, right, um, the market again. We've talked about this on the podcast, right? So I thought you were a bot, right? So if you think about it, like again, this happens already, right? These market makers don't sit here and say, "Oh, let me go short this stock," or let me push this stock below the stop loss. They're not watching every damn stock in the market to go grab liquidity, right? So we've talked about this on the podcast, right? So stuff like that happens already, right? There's big monies, there's programs, right? So and then there's rules that these bots have to follow, right? Do this and do that and do this, right? So this stuff happens already. But I think your question is like, will it take over for trading? Not for a damn long time. Not for a long time. Be faster than our ability to place orders. Mm, yeah, I don't think they're gonna give you that opportunity to make monies like that though, right? So not for a long time. Market makers will keep doing what they do, and they're not going to try and help retail by giving retail AI, right? So like, hey, retail, let's all trade together. Let's all trade together with AI. Who are we gonna screw? Nobody. Oh, uh, okay. Maybe this is not the best idea. Um, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's not. It's yeah. NR and RSN. Bernard and Hot Pepper, you guys might be. It's halted down. Yeah. Hot Pepper, you might be delayed, but NRSN is halted down. MDAI with the dipski, it dipped to that same level there, Captain, right, and then bounced, right. So off the 200 for now, right. So that's our next support. Don't kill my spy. La, 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 yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah, these guys will not try and help retail out with AI. I saw something somewhere. I don't know if anybody else saw this. You might only see this if you're Canadian, though. There was a thing going around about like Elon Musk creating an AI thing. Scam, scam, uh, uh, an absolute scam. No, 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 no. AMC's bullish. Uh, okay, let me take a look. Mm, AMC does look bullish, yeah. Right. It's done well today. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Super slow, but it's done well. In the end, time to curl. I know, right? Like seriously. give us a damn curl already. I was hoping this thing would give us opportunities on opportunities today, though, right? But at least again, it gave us an opportunity initially, and then super, super, super slow, right? So, which it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Uh, GME, Joe, are you what are you saying? Just giving cryptic financial advice. Stocks that keep missing out because of the low volume. But Jay, yeah, news scanners maybe set too high. Yeah, probably Jay. Stuff like that though, it's always going to be hard to stuff like that. You just have to set an alert, right? Um, especially with like MSS, like it's an IPO, right? So you, from time to time, go back and look at the IPO calendar and say, oh, this stock IPO'd a month ago. What is it doing now? A week ago, what is it doing now, right? So, and then set an alert and say, oh, if it crosses this level, maybe let me know, right? So, um, yeah, ICU is doing really well there, guys. ICU is doing really well, right? So ICU's done a really, really good job of holding a dollar, right? Again, if you waited for this stock, if you simply waited for this stock to crash below the blue line and you stayed away from this stock below the blue line, and you only bought the stock when it broke above the blue line right there, the stock never went back to 98 cents, did it? Nope, 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 nope. So now the question is, can we get back to $1.20, right? Right, right. If you're in ICU, type in yes in the chat. Type in yes. I think a whole bunch of you guys got in around a dollar. I think a whole bunch of you guys got in. It's one of those stocks, it's one of those stocks where like it came from like 16 cents, 20 cents, whatever, whatever, right? But at the same time, the stock has also done a really good job of like finding support and holding it, which is good. You just sold it, Greg? Okay, you made monies then. Yes, 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 yes. Congratulations, guys. Good job. Right, so super slow, but it's done really well with the your stop loss is at a dollar. Okay, yeah, super slow, but it's done a really good job since 40 cents, Monica. See, there you go, right? Like from 40 cents to a dollar, and it's holding up really well. I initially hated ICU, but that's because where the stock came from, right? So and but then they had really good news, right? They had really good news from the FDA, and the stock has turned around, so that's good. 104, maniac. Okay, there you go. You sold half your position, M, at 126. Congratulations, good job. Good job, Tim. 105. Nice. Yeah, see, I think a whole bunch of people got in around a dollar this morning, and it's going 118. Fire. Fire. It looks like MDAI is bouncing a little bit there, Captain, right? So again, that dip skied close to like 390, the 200, and then a pop, right? So, and a little pop. Oh, 416, 418. You are Kevin? Okay. Ooh, 48 to be more correct. Honest, Monica, yeah, either way, monies, right? So you bought some more today at 102. Ivan, congratulations. Good job. Let's hit the zone. Got enough 41. Medical devices. Okay, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, if we can get back above $1.20, $1.20, $1.25, that pre-market high for ICU, then that'd be a really, really good thing. A really good thing. A really good thing. Zappity Zap Zap is still holding, right? It looks like it's creating a little bit of a base, right? So there goes Zap, guys, right? Another example of if you simply waited for Zap to consolidate, right? If you waited for Zap to consolidate, right? If you waited for Zap to We was but when it was exactly, Pablo. See, that's the difference, right? So it was $10 when we hate it. Oh my goodness, there we go. Right, so MDI looking good again, looking good again. We're back to that 430 level. I hate when these stupid stocks, like when there's potential, right? There's potential, right? But then the potential doesn't want to give you the potential right away. It's like, come on now, what are we doing? So, anyways, we have that same resistance at 430 though. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Across December, Jan, and March, you're looking for Willie. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Which calls are you looking at, Willie? Wee wee, wee wee wee. Waiting for my indicator to set up, Jay. What do you mean? Did you Oh. Uh, oh, I see. Yeah, it's giving you vibes on vibes. Na, 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 na. Vibes on vibes. Come on, ICU looks beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So one here comes 120, and then the previous again that previous high from the morning, right? 125. So if we can get back up there, that would be good, right? And then MDI needs to break above $4.30. Uh, Let me take a look at this here. I see you to the moon. What do you mean? How did you get in at 410 and then stopped at the same price? How did you do that? How did you get in at 410 and then stopped at 410? Jay, did you get the indicator, like the algo, or is that what you mean, or what? Over the weekend, it didn't happen, Kevin. Uh, Maybe that's because you didn't pay for it, Kevin. Maybe. Anyways, back to ICU. I see you, you see me. Now can we thrust? Uh, it's trending on X. Oh, trying to wait for them to. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see. You okay? Your indicators. Oh no, virus. What? Hey, D. Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you, D? How are you? You see me? Yes, I see you. Anyways, 122 guys, I see you. Come on, give us a breakout again. So I see you next resistance 125. And then after that, let's not see the let's not see a dollar again, please and thank you. We need some beats, the thrust beats. If we break above $1.25, we can thrust. It went up a few cents and came back down. Oh, okay, 15, 20 minutes ago. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That was a while ago then. Okay. Okay, that was right there. Maybe that was right there. Yeah. Okay. Na 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 na, Willie. Okay. Uh, okay. Let's try. $2 on those. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Musty, let us know when it gets back above. I did it wrong. I have. I did it wrong. Let me know when it gets back above $20. There you go. MDAI looks a bit better now, but we still need to get back above 430, right? So speaking of 430, maybe here it comes. Right, so we almost broke back above that 415 and then came back down to retest it, and now it's holding above 415, right? So I like what it's doing here. It almost looks like a nice little inverse head and shoulder. But again, all roads lead to breaking above 430, right? So if we can break above that level, then it looks better again, right? ICU just failed that resistance, right? So the closer we get to that resistance, the closer we get to that level, um, surprise, right? The closer we get to $1.25, right? So obviously you have that red zone right there staring at you in the face, right? Reminding you, hey, this is resistance. Hey, red zone, red zone, red zone, right? So look at that, right? Look at that beautiful green zone at the bottom, guys, right? So look at the beautiful green zone at the bottom, right? Funny enough, the green zone was almost the bottom, right? We broke below a few times, but then it never went away. The reason the green zone stays is because we kept closing back above what we needed to close, right? Look at all those wicks at the bottom, right? So the green zone will stay there as long as we keep closing those candles where we need to hold, right? So from the bottom of the green zone, right, to the from the bottom to the tippity top, and now we're kind of selling off again, right? From greens to red, and then we're backing off. So let's see if we can maintain this uptrend here for that stock. Zap is crashing. Yeah, Zap broke below 50 cents. So again, tight stop losses on a stock like that, especially when it goes from red to green, you have a problem. From green to red, you have a problem. Two. You've been waiting for this one all day, musty, haven't you? 21, 22. Yeah. Still needs more volume, but yeah, looks good. Just make sure you know when the you're not holding the stuff overnight, are you, musty? Hopefully not, because then you're gonna see a name change and then minus 50%, and then you're gonna cry, 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 cry. Can you check, Derek? What's your question? I'm staring at the stock on the screen. What's your question, Derek? Let me know. No, just saying, like, right, overnight is different. La la la. Mm. Gonna exit at the yeah. No, I'm just saying again. Just make sure you know when the name change is getting done, right? So make sure you look all of that stuff up. What am I talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, it's a D-SPAC now, so ignore those comments. But yeah, just be careful with overnights. Alrighty. I was thinking of something else. Can you squeeze from here? Ian, are you in the stock? Not Ian? Derek, are you in the stock? If you are, what's your entry price? The question is, will it squeeze? The question is, okay, like what's your position and how can you manage that position, right? So, if you, Kevin, if you go to the if you go to the if you go to the so in Discord, right? There's a channel called the Bull Bear Algo channel. It's under the education list, and then if you go underneath that, uh, and then go into that channel, right? Scroll up. There's going to be a link on how to purchase. Also, if you watched the video, so if you watched that, we had a call on Friday, last Friday, right? The link for the call is in the latest one that's posted in the Discord calls recap channel. Watch that; it's going to give you everything you need to know about the algo. Ready? So a bit of a dipski here for MDAI. We failed at 430 again. Surprise, not right. And then we failed at resistance again for ICU, right? So now we're slowly getting back to a dollar, right? So we can like a stock as much as we want. Those resistance, levels are still there for a reason, right? Um, yeah. Entries 4 or 5. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, of course it does. Derek, of course it does. It has that potential to squeeze, right? So, and that's why we've talked about it this morning. But at the same time, yeah, again, it's been a bit annoying. So just move your stop losses up and whatnot. Um, Musty, I had to go look because you said that in the chat. Anyways, let's go, Derek. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's go, let's go. Welcome, welcome, Derek. Um, Give me an A. Give me a. Anyways, Derek, welcome to the cheerleader level. Keep in mind, if you want to join Discord, you have to upgrade to the level that says Discord community or the legend level already. FBYD slowly creeping up there, Musty. Yeah, slowly creeping up. Yeah, I saw your comments in the Slack channel, and yeah, I've been in this since the day Femi exploded, and yeah, Jay. No, that's good. That's good. That's the goal, right? So, Jay says I've been in this chat since the day Femi exploded, and you guys have helped me gain some confidence back. That's good, right? So, teamwork, Jay. Teamwork. Yeah, Musty's ready for a squeeze. He's ready for a squeeze. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. He did tech. Come on, MDAI, just go, just go, just go. Or if this thing gets above 450, and then we can and then just start going to the Lambo dealership. I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um, Start booking that trip to DR with Pablo, please and thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah. So for now, again, the bigger levels are closer to again that 390, 380 ish, right? And then obviously on the way up, we have resistance at 430, which it looks like we're going back to that level, and then we have that 450 level, right? So, um, yeah. So again, the two names we mostly focused on today, right? ICU and MDAI, they've given opportunities, right? ICU is giving you an opportunity. MDAI is given opportunities, right? So we just want them to do better, though. We just want them to do better. For the boomskis, for the boomskis. La, la, let me see here. So a bit of a bounce, I guess. Um, huh. You know what I like about MDI now is that we are back to holding that 415 level. We just need to break out though. No, let's stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. I I was thinking, Dan. I was thinking if I wanted to rotate some like Tesla shares and buy some Tesla calls instead, um, for next year. Tempting. Sell some Tesla shares and buy some Tesla calls instead. Very tempting, but meh. So yeah, not sure. Hugh, Hugh, let me know. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I just yeah. La, la. La 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 la. You get an opportunity, Kevin. You get an opportunity, right? So yeah, that 430 is still a problem for MDAI. Do you make trades as you're charting, Derek? Yes, yes. Not always. Yes. But Tesla will be the next. I will be around next year. Get Mullen shares. Let's go, virus. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it is. FBYDs are looking better. Highs of the day there, Craig. Highs of the day. There he is. Olu the criminal. Olu the criminal. Olu the criminal. Let's go, Olu. Yeah, 2250. 2250. Musty is causing FOMO is what's happening. Causing FOMO. Ooh wee. Just needs to break out though. Let's go, Olu. Welcome back. Uh, so it must be yeah, needs fuel. Well, there are a lot of stocks that need fuel. Uh, 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 Interesting. What's the best app to trade in, Juan? It depends where you live. Juan, where do you live? So as I said earlier, I learned to trade during COVID. Are there any differences between then and now? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, we musty causing FOMO. Yeah, so I mean, when COVID happened, right? COVID was everything boomski, right? Short squeeze this, short squeeze that, short squeeze this. Everything was going right. So um, you could buy anything you wanted for the most part, and it would go boom skis because retail was getting it, in a bull market, right? So interestingly enough, when COVID happened, we crashed, and then we turned into a bull market, right? So yeah, it's easier in the bull market, is what I will say. When there's, so now you're having to look at a lot more. Right? Obviously, like COVID has been compounded with everything else that's happened, right? And now you have high interest rates. Now you have wars. You have rubbish economies. Like you have so much more, and you're dealing with all this chaos at the same time, and then you're having to actually do like technicals, right? So, whereas when COVID hit and it crashed, everything was just pumping. Nobody cared about everything was pumping. So now you're really starting to see the effects of like spending COVID and whatnot, and yeah. 23 musty. No, 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 no. But again, eventually we will return to a bull market again, and right, eventually we will return to a bull market again, and yeah, AMC surprisingly still looks good, surprisingly still looks good. ADI is still playing games. ICU was still holding a dollar. Exactly, Pablo. There's no more monies, no more monies to be dumping into the market, right? So no more you get a check, everybody gets a check. Where's this check going? To the stock markets, to squeeze AMC, right? So no more monies, no more free monies. I wonder if free monies will ever be a thing again. Not for a long time. Juan, you can become a member. Yeah, you can become a member and come join us in Discord. Oh, you know what's interesting? Oh no, okay, there we go. uh, yeah, Juan, you can become a member. So if you want classes, you can sign up for Discord, and you can sign up for the level that says Legend. So click the link at the bottom here from Nightbot. Right, click that link from the Nightbot thing. Let's go, virus, and then sign up for the Legend level, and then you can have a one-on-one. You're still skeptical on AMC? Oh no, AMC is rubbish. I don't think AMC's ever gonna squeeze, but 24. I think it's actually creeping up. Um, la 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 la. $24. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. MDAI. Come on. Come on. Can we break out already? 426. 427. That 430 is a problem. La 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 la. 430. Here we go. Not yet. Not yet. Go go gadget. Green candles. Um, 428. Come on. 429. Let's go. 433. 434. Come on. Come on. Uh, we got $2,000 a month. did not have to pay back during COVID, Bill. 435. Yeah, well, yeah, we still need to close above that level though, which is, but it looks better, doesn't it? 437. Let's go. Come on. 438, 440, guys. 441. Oh my goodness. Yeah. 441, 442, 443. Oh my goodness. You guys see what happens when a stock actually breaks out, you know? At least we go for a bit of a rally, right? So when we act, oh my goodness, 445. 450 is our next level, isn't it? So better. Yeah. So they never asked for the money back, Bill? Really? Maybe I should have asked for money too. 448, guys. Beautiful, right? Resistance at 430. We break above 430, we go for 20-cent rally, which is nice. If you're still in MDAI, type in yes in the chat. Type in yes in the chat if you're still in it. That's wild. I thought they would come back and ask for the money that, people that didn't deserve the money, they would come back and ask for it. People that actually were working and had jobs and still like scamming the monies. Jody, let's go. Let's go. So obviously we're gonna fill at 450, guys, because that's resistance, right? Once we clear $4.30, what's the next resistance? It's 450, right? We go to 450. Now the question is, can we break above that level, or do we play games, right? So yeah, or do we come back and retest 430 now before we go again for an actual breakout, right? So and here we come, right? So here's that retest of 430, right? So we break out, we pop, we come back, and then potentially go again. Hopefully, you'd like to see this thing stay above 430 now, right? Would like that a lot. Yes, 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 yes. Love it. Your info and you got to check. No questions asked. So everyone did exactly, Bill. Exactly. Yeah, that's wild. 1-800s. Give me a check. Like okay, yeah. Come on. Here we go. Stay above 430, please, and thank you. La, la, la. La, la, la. 433. Uh, and then what about? Come on, let's get back up there, please. Right, again, like, yeah, Jeff, let's go. Let's go. Again, like some of these stocks, perfect, right? So, but then they just want to play games with you, like everything else. Anyways, right? We broke about 430. Beautiful. We tested next resistance 450. Beautiful. We came back to retest 430. Expected. Beautiful. Now can we go? Can we go already? Can we go? 440. There we go. Better. Nope. Right back down. 441. Better. Nope. Right back down. Come on. We don't have patience. We want squeezing. Squeezing. You know what I mean? Like, just keep it simple. Like, just give us one retest and then go boom skis. But nope, the damn stock wants to test 430 100 times first. Anyways, make sure you have a stop loss, guys. Right? The market isn't as you expect it to always, right? So make sure you have a plan. Stop loss in place, taking profits, blah 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 blah. Except for oil. Come on. I do like how at least though it's holding 430, right? Again, obviously that was resistance. We had a lot of resistance there. Now that it's broken out, I do like that it's actually trying. We're getting a few candles above 430. Don't forget to smash a like. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like. And anyone holding Netflix long, it's trending on Google's on Google Trends. Interesting you say that, Ren. Yeah, like Google Trends is actually an interesting way to yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's actually interesting. Like Google Trends used to be like a spot to go look for stocks, and here comes another retest of 430 again, right? So let me see if I can pull up Google. Um, hopefully it's not like a. See, it's giving me like. Sometimes it gives you rubbish, like Canadian rubbish is what I mean. Yeah. Oh, you have it on your phone? Oh, that's cool. Okay. So number one is Bangladesh was India. Number two is Netflix stock. Netflix stock is trending. Spurs. Interesting. Top three. Jordan. Okay. Cool. Welcome to Miami. Yep. Back in the day, like AMC and GME would trend on that list for days. AMC GME, AMC GME, AMC GME. You did? Nice, nice curl. Beautiful. Congratulations. She did. Monies. There's nothing else when it like for stocks. Nothing else for stocks. Come on. 435. 435. That should be Dan's it's like Dan's Twitter handle. No, it would be Dan options. Dan options. No, there would be options in there. Ooh. Pepe, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay. International from everywhere. Criminal. A criminal is what you are. A criminal. Oh my goodness! All the languages. Very nice. Anyways, 435. Come on now. Let's get going here. This is almost like NKTX from yesterday, isn't it? Like we know the damn stock has potential. That's why we're watching it. The potential is there. Like just Just give it to us. Just give us the potential. Stop hiding it from us. Just give it. I wish I took the NEMC highs. Oh yeah, yeah. ICU's done a good job though again of holding above $1, so that's good. Right? So again, ICU is just playing between the red and green zone, right? So you can see the green zone at the bottom, the demand zone, right? You can see the red zone at the top, right? So we've gone from the top, from the red zone twice for ICU, back to the green zone twice, right? And now we're trying to bounce off the green zone again. So if that thing goes below, right? If that thing goes below 98 cents, then it's done, right? Then it's over, finished, kaput. Bridge. Less than I have now, Joe. You live and you learn, Joe. Right? The next time something like that comes around, yeah, yeah, exactly, Ren. You next time, next time. Yeah, virus. I like how you autocorrect is a join thing. It's a join. Na, 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 na. Have it doesn't have the same ring. Yeah, Dan loves options though. We need. La, la. Let's go. So looks like we're failing to hold $4.30 again, again. So that next support is where we balanced that last time, closer to 415, right? Right, right. Did you sell a FBYD Musty? 50s. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, let's give it another 2 hours, and then 2 hours maybe too long. Yeah, let's give it another bit, an hour, 2 hours, and if nothing's moving, we can just go to Discord. Tradesmith. Na na na. Ale ale ale. Ale. Ale 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 ale. Ali. So Zap obviously is trash. As soon as that thing broke down there, trash, doo doo, right? So and SECO has actually done well today. I'm surprised Musty hasn't been spamming this one today. Surprised you haven't been spamming this, Musty. It broke above $1.40 and just said bye. Wow, that's actually quite nice. What's OPGN doing with all this? OPGN is kind of picking up now, kinda. But SECO, nice. MDAI, right back up there. Just give us the push already. It kicked. Yeah, I know, Musty. Yeah. I'm surprised that wasn't on your watch list again today, though. That's a nice push. That's okay. It's a nice push. Stupid yap. Oh my goodness. Yep. Why Powell is speaking, I don't know, but yeah, not important. Uh, yeah, SECO was the latest name on the scanner there, wasn't it? The latest name on the scanner. In terms of levels, yeah, these things are quite I'll come back to the levels on that if we dip, if and when we dip ski. Petty, what about TGL? What's your question? Into a bright green free ball. Good, 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 good. $5, please, and thank you, Wizard. Only if we go above 450. Then yes. And then yes. Well, thanks. 80. Okay. $1.85 SECO. $1.85. Yeah. Yep. Jeremy for OPGN. So is that OPGN? Yes, it is. Your next resistance is $1.05. Like it's such like fine margins. That's so your next resistance is $1.05. Are you in it, or are you looking for an entry for the levels? The market is yeah, weird. Yeah, 12 p.m. Eastern, so 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Yeah, maybe I mean, maybe we actually bounce after his yapping, Yap, 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 yap. I don't know why people keep inviting Powell to speak at these things. Just tell him not to come. Stay home, Powell. Stay home. Stay home. Uh, Stay home. 60s and okay. Interesting. Interesting. La, la, la. Cool. Uh, you're looking for an entry, Jeremy? Okay, you're looking for an entry. Yeah, let me go back then. Oh, it looks like it just popped. It just popped. So you might have missed your breakout there. So maybe on a retest to 105, if we can test and hold that level, right? So yeah. See, what I don't like about this is just how the spread, like the ask is all the way up there and then the bid is all the way down there. So that's why it moves like that. So maybe the next time you get a dip ski, Jeremy, right? You're down $100 in Tesla. I mean, it depends. When you bought Tesla, was it a scalp? Was it a long term investment? Was it a what was it? Right. So it depends what your intentions were with Tesla. Right. JGROY stock. What am I looking for? Please ask me a question. Can I take a look? What am I looking at though? What are you looking for? What's your question? What would you like to know? But it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Yeah, again, so it depends what the plan was, right? So I'm sure there are a whole bunch of people that are red on Tesla, but yeah, no, I am not. Dan, is it pumping? It's still holding, isn't it? See, and that's why like it looks interesting, Dan. And if you look at the daily now, the market. I mean, obviously you can see but like that thing has been holding that level really nicely, Dan. So right, it's showing some positive signs. Yeah, yeah. Do you chart change? Do I change my alerts every day? No, I do not. There's no need for them, right? So once they execute, then they cancel itself, right? So, and then you can reset it again if you want to. But so no, there's no need for changing anything. Why, Dan? You were looking at those again, or what? That looks interesting. Looks interesting. Looks interesting. ICU still holding a dollar, which is again nice, but we would prefer a rally. Just making conversation. Oh my goodness. No, Dan, I am not. But it looks good though. So maybe at some point we can look at that again. Here comes that 415 again, guys, for MDAI. So let's see if we can hold. See if we can hold. See if we can hold. Just trying to make conversation. Are you bored, Dan? Are you waiting for Spy to waiting for Spy to do something or what? No, 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 no. And what are you waiting for? La, 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 la. Let's see. Okay, that's an old message. Do better. Yeah, don't forget to smash the like, guys. And nice TPST. Yeah, TPST always going to be a play, seems like. Always. Always. When nothing's really moving, Dan? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. On the 5 minute. Yeah. See what you're looking at. I see what you are looking at. On a tear for days. Outlook. Yeah, no, it looks good. Um, it's actually a nice, very nice looking chart, Wes. Dipski at the open, of course, right? So straight dip to the demand zone, right? You can look at this now and say, "Oh my goodness, what a beautiful stock!" Right? Same thing, right? Little pop C, but a dip, consolidation, demand zone, demand zone, demand zone, demand zone, blue line, right? So, and it's been on a tear since ever since, and then retest the 200 right there. Yeah, it looks nice. Let me look at the daily. That was actually nice. That was actually a really nice curl there from the bottom. Isn't it beautiful when you look at a chart and you can see that, and you can look at this chart and you knew this was coming, right? You knew this was coming. Look how dead it is at the bottom. Just dead. Just dead. And then all of a sudden it broke above the 9 on the daily, right? So, and 23 cents. Just never look back. Yeah, that thing looks beautiful on the daily. Charts like these, very nice. Very nice. But then the issue is you're waiting though. Like you can see that you're either waiting for the cross back above the blue line on the daily, right? Which is most likely what you should do, or you're just waiting for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then eventually rewards. So swing plays like that require patience. Would you take a position on NBA Derek? Nope. Uh, until it consolidates. Maybe watch for $4.05 here. Maybe watch for this 200, right? So I'd be looking for that level. You are close, I guess. Maybe I'm not so, so maybe not a no. But yeah, watch for that level there, right? 405, 406 ish, right? Close to that, right? Anywhere between 410 and 405, right? But if it breaks below that level, then you're looking for that 490. La, 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 la. TPST. La, 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 la. Yeah, nice little pop. I feel like every day, Dan, this Captain sends a message for this for TPST. TPST, same thing, right? A little pop at the open. Guess what though? Crash, and then a bit of consolidation here, and then a bounce. Right to resistance though. So double top at $6.15. You can call it 610, right? So double top. Uh, just in time for the 36th anniversary. Wasn't there a message? There was a message somewhere. Something about exactly 39 years ago, the market crashed. Something. I don't know if anybody saw that. Yeah. Making the captain announcement. Thank you very much. Thank you. It doesn't have options. So it's dead. Dead. Yeah, crash anniversary. Let me see if I can find that actually. Uh, yeah, I was browsing through the news this morning, and yeah, that came up based on the. Hmm. Oh, see what I mean? Like so. Um, so yeah, I think Ren mentioned this earlier, right? So she mentioned that there was a whole bunch there were a whole bunch of stocks halted on the London Exchange, and then London Stock Exchange says it's investigating an incident. So like some of these halts that we think of, just seems like they halt for like silly reasons. Let me see. Yeah, so I was browsing through the Twitter feed, and this came up. Exactly 36 years ago today, the stock market had its worst day ever in history. The Dow unexpectedly fell over 22% that day for no reason. Yeah, right, for no reason. My goodness, can you imagine that? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? 22%. Oh, you did? I posted in a stock general. Oh, you did like for this? Oh wow. Thank you, Dan. Let me pull that up. Can you imagine? Can you imagine waking up? Oh, can you imagine a day like, you know? Six, okay. Black Monday repeat just in time for the 36 charts and la 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 la. Okay, 1987. La la la. Sheesh. See that's scary already. If everybody knows that, oh my goodness, I just I didn't give a crap. I just graduated high school, 1986. Let's go. To now in 2023, pointing out that the Nasdaq in 2023 has followed a similar pattern to the Dow in 1987. Oh my goodness. These guys are planning for disaster already on Monday. They're planning for chaos. For some reason, it doesn't want to let me scroll. Okay, there we go. Overbought decline before their crash was interest rates were higher, the economy and inflation. La 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 la. Uh, Selling frenzy. So it's not like the market crashed for no reason, right? The market did not crash for no reason. The economy was doo doo, right? So um, I mean, if you think about it, though, like if you think about it, we have a lot of issues now. And then might be na 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 na, but the other na na na. Cool. Where have we? Where have I seen that lion exactly? We have a lot of issues now too. So, well, imagine waking up and all your long-term investments straight to the abyss. Yeah, they didn't have trading halts. That's a good point too. Yeah, we would market would be halted, and then yeah, the only time I've seen a halt in the market was when COVID happened. The only time COVID happened and the market halted twice. And I was like, oh my goodness, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on in the jungle, Kevin? And then make sure there are no snakes, please. Oh yeah, 9/11. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 9/11. 9/11. COVID and 9/11 virus. That describes your morning, Ham. Is it going boomskis? Yeah, it is going boomskis, Nemo. That stock has done really well. OTLK. Beautiful. Isn't today a roast day? What do you mean a roast day? There's no no such thing as a roast day. Did we have a yeah? No, according to that article, yes, Ren. Um, yeah, according to the article. No, I don't think we would ever get anything as bad as back then. Like Dan said, we have those halts now, right? Like when the market halts, it gives people a second to kind of to maybe make better decisions. When the market's crashing and it's not stopping and it's only crashing, yeah, you don't want to buy the dip skis, do you? You don't want to buy the dip skis. Yeah, official. uh, for massive gains, and then the market. Oh yeah. Jay. Yeah, yeah. That is, I remember that now. Yeah. Yes. 431 and what? And thrust. Yeah. Some of us didn't take as long. Let's go. I like it. I like it. That should be like an official quote. I like that very much. I like that very much. So, I like that. Ayo, Josh. Ayo, ayo. I like that. So, let me take a screenshot, please, and thank you. And yeah, there you go. Saved forever, forever. No, can you imagine though? My goodness, like, wow. Stock market crashes 22.6%, 600 million in volume, nearly doubles the record, all-time lows. Um, yeah. Anyways, yeah, that will most likely never happen unless, even if it does, even if something like that does happen, I think we just get halted, right? The market just closes. So these guys seem to be. See, now I'm interested in like what happens on Monday though, right? So, right, if they're calling it Black Monday, um, why do they call it Black Monday? When you're asking when you're a child and you're asking your parents, where do babies come from? Why do they call it Black Monday? Anyways, um, they couldn't call it Red Monday. Sham? They couldn't just call it Red Monday. You know what I mean? Frozen. you know? Anyways, OTLK still looks good there. Wes, did you FOMO yet? Everyone run. Babies come from IPOs. Tomato Rock Monday. Exactly. Exactly. Tomato Rock Monday, You're in at 72, 73. Okay. Green. ICU looks a bit dangerous here now, guys, right? So that thing is about to hit new lows there. So, yeah, it's sitting exactly at the lows. Hopefully that's a double bottom there, right? So it looks like it's bouncing for now. Yep, it has bounced. So 98 cents. That thing needs to stay above 98 cents. Otherwise, you have problems. That thing bounced aggressively there, which is good. Yeah. Let me go back to TPST. Yeah, TPST almost looks like it wants to break out there. So again, resistance at $6.15 there. So a breakout would be nice. There goes highs of the day, guys. TPST. TPST 620, 628. Ooh wee. Oh my goodness, 634. Sheesh, 638. 639. And here comes 640, 641, 645. That was a nice breakout, right? Again, a double top, a triple top, actually a cup and handle, right? So, and then a boom ski. So that's educated FOMO. Educated FOMO. 13% missed both my trades today. I just got to the DMV office. That doesn't that hasn't opened yet, and there's a line around the corner. Oh my goodness, Ham! Ham, go back home. Go back home and crawl into bed, please and thank you. 650. Ooh wee. That's a nice breakout. Right. So again, Dan mentioned earlier that captain said TPST, right? So and TPST is gone skis. So captain said goodbye. Captain said goodbye. I wish I know. You're security and you work around exactly. Pretend you're security. Hello, this is the Fed, and yeah, and then they're gonna send you to jail. Send you to jail. Josh, how's the morning? How's the morning? Na, na. Good job. Good job, maniac. USA gets involved. Well, well, ICU holding. Last line of defense, ICU, 98 cents. Last line, I'm going to move that line down there because, again, this level is now more important, right? So, ICU better stay above 98 cents there. Otherwise, you now have issues. Yeah? No, good job. Good job, Maniac. Good job. Uh, to finish your solar system, that's amazing. And then, uh, and then I bet you're buying Tesla dips too. Buying Tesla dips because Josh is always buying Tesla dips. Um, pulling all the pushing the bottom of the you know what, Kevin? I have nothing to say to you. Nothing to say. Choo, choo, choo. Yeah, you've been working on that for a long time, Josh. Yeah. Just let this make it all better. Uh, Finally, started online for many things in 2020. I'm telling you, Troy, Canada is on a different level. Canada is on a different level. Oh, they are. Yeah, some are online. Joe. Okay, fine. Fine. Uh, let's go, Ham. Let's go. No, don't worry. Again, I think the fact that you're always on and about, like running around with your phone and looking at your phone, is a bit of a problem. And the fact that you haven't picked like a specific rule, like a specific thing yet, and follow that, I think that's holding you back, right? So you haven't like picked that thing. Like, you know what? I'm only gonna buy if I see like this many candles holding a level, and then above the nine, right? I'm only gonna buy if we get a breakout, but it's not a 50-cent breakout, right? I'm only going to buy if we retest and we curl up the breakout level and we're going back above the blue. So like you need to sit down and like look at some of the stocks you played, and pick a time frame and then go back on that time frame and say, okay, I'm looking at this time frame on this stock. Every time this happens, it seems to work. So maybe I need to try that, right? This every time we get to a demand zone, it's holding. If I set a stop loss 2 cents lower, it's gonna work. Every time we cross above the nine, it seems to work. Every time we get a green circle, it seems to work. Every time we do this, right? So you need rules like that for yourself. Yeah, OTLK. I mean, it looked like it pushed all the way to 80 cents almost, and this is your first little dip ski, right? So yeah, it's looking a bit. So watch for 70 cents there, right? So would I buy this thing at this price? Just be a bit careful here, please. Does it take to be good? When you become a member, Theodore, and come join us in Discord, that's the beginning. You start from day one. Uh, Hurricanes are without the power walls. Power walls. So Josh and Ren, with the solar, the solar. Uh, since do you think it's a good buy, Chris? Are you green on that position? I personally don't trust the stock, but you have a nice you have a small enough position. And how much lower does that thing want to go at that price, anyways? But yeah, I'll take a look. Anyways, I'll take a look at some point here. TPST, nice little dipskit to the blue line to the 9, right? And it's back to the highs of the day. So that was a beautiful breakout. Learn, 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 practice, practice. Exactly, Joe. Practice, 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 practice. Yeah, TPST is at 660. I'm telling you, like TPST is going to be a name every single day. Is TPST this, TPST that? You get a TPST. Um, yeah, 69. TPST 70. 670. Oh, Powell is on now? Spy having a stroke. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's open. IPO open. Oh wow. OTLK says, you know what? Huh. Oh no, that thing had a liquidity grab though to 70 cents. Okay. And then immediately popped to new highs of the day. OTLK. Yeah. Liquidity grab. And then we should be good to go. The Rockets. Oh wow. Okay. So uh, uh, really? Yeah, that thing broke down. Yeah, you want to be careful with that though, right? So as soon as it breaks down, oh my goodness, yeah. So again, stuff like that, right? So that's the importance of having a stop loss. We talked about this so many times. Like, if you know a stock has support at a specific level, don't let it go below that level, please. Don't let it go below, right? Because once you let it go below, oh, you're asking for violence. You're asking for violence to get undressed and take you around the corner and and then you guys could do like little dances together around the corner for monies. But anyways, so yeah, when it breaks below support, don't go diamond handing, please. Right? Importance of having a stop loss. Right? This stock was fun. Right? So as we go up to Valhalla, exactly. So please use those stop losses, please and thank you. Pretty please use stop losses. Otherwise, you're gonna be naked and afraid. Already, good. The bridge dance will leave you naked. Exactly. So again, this thing gave us opportunities at from the open crash sell off, right, to the breakout, to the retest of the breakout. So we had some opportunities with this, right? But when it breaks below the base, nope, 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 nope. Because the rest is a disaster, right? So a disaster, right? Again, if we do a really just a quick recap of what happened with this stock in the morning is right. So again, obviously coming into the day, right, we talked about this stock potentially being the main name, right? One of the main names, right? Maybe the name, right? So let me actually go back to that IPO, and then I'll come back. Is it cooking? Is it cooking? No, it's crashing. It's crashing. Another rubbish IPO. Right. So again, we talk about this, and I will say this quite often. Like, I expect a sell off at the open. I demand a sell off at the open. Right. The reason for that is because once you get that initial sell off right there, right, market opens. Wait for that sell off. Wait for that sell off. Unless the stock is crashing into the open and it looks like it's actually fighting a base, right? Unless it's really really crashing, right? So one or two things when you look for these stocks, right? Number one, again, you want to see that thing either sell off, right, and give you that bottom, right? Once you have this bottom, now this is the level that you're not allowed to go below, right? You cannot go below this level. If you do, I will whisper in your ear, congratulations, you played yourself. Why? Because you're going to zero, right? So once you have this bottom, do not go below, right? What are you looking for now, though? You have resistance right there. We know this is resistance right there, right? So we either break out and go boom skis, or we bounce off the bottom. So we've again resistance right there. So we have a double top, right? And then we came back down for the second time. We never went below this level. So that's a good thing. Now we have a higher low, right? And then we crawled back up and then we broke out, right? The difference between this and this is, look at the candles, right? You actually have a candle that's closed above, right? Look at that first green candle closing above resistance, and then boom skis. And then we hit the next resistance, which was again a pre-market higher level, right? And then we double top, which is really important, right? Double top, and then we just played games the entire time. Why do we let these people speak? Honestly, I've been asking the same question, Josh. ICU still holding 98 cents, guys. 98 is like your last line of defense there, so that's good. OTLK, my goodness. Wes, are you forward in yet? It's going. 87 now. 88 at the highs. 83%. Cake game in 4 days like Spurs, like basketball NBA Spurs. No, I don't know why. UK Spurs. I don't know why NBA came. But anyways, yeah, 4 days. Is it actually 4 days? Isn't it on Saturday? The lights on because of what? Yeah, like these people don't need to, like, there's no need for them to, there's no need. I don't understand like why Powell and all these other idiots need to like speak every day. Every day, blah 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 blah. And missed my entry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it really hasn't given you a dip, has it? Not really. The only dip was that dip to 70 cents. or the breakout, right? Like that's your breakout right there at 79, right? Breakout and then boom skis, right? So yeah, and again, like stocks will, not every stock will give you that opportunity. So you just have to sometimes look for that breakout, right? Not every stock gives you an opportunity. If you bought a breakout in this stock at anytime you bought a breakout in this stock, it actually rewarded you. So you almost have to look at the history of the stock and say, if I want to play a breakout in this, can this actually do well? Well, 89 cents. It's a nice rally. Scramble? Oh. No, I think it's UK. It's UK Spurs. Tottenham is the UK soccer team. Unless he just means something else. Eric, you're getting excited. Uh, yeah, yeah, exactly, Wes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is Spy crashing now? Oh Lord, have mercy! What a scam. Oh wow. Okay, so Dan wasn't joking. This is the best Fed speech ever. Can we watch this? Really? Oh my goodness. I wonder if they had it on their website. I wonder if they had it on the website. Calendar. Today's the 19th. Jerome Powell watch. Continue. Is that not it though? I don't see him. Um, what is he doing? Yeah, for some reason it says live, but yeah, no, it says I'm live. It says I'm live, but then it's not actually. It's wow, 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 wow. That's funny. The people are tired. See, like honestly, it's out of the room for he's been escorted out. Okay. Get him. Uh, la, 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 la. Send it. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, no, I don't. They might have. This. I think I had to go back though to find it. They shut the damn lights off. So he was speaking, and then what happened? The room went dark. But people don't tell the government enough. Yeah. Yeah, I think people are just tired, honestly. People are just tired. People are tired of the rubbish. Oh, it was Ren? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Is WeBuy still halted? Yeah, WeBuy is still halted. It's a nice name. I'm tired, Ham. It's a nice name. Let me go to the website. What did they buy? WeBuy. Discover and share with your neighbor. What the hell is this? Create, watch, and share short. Uh, Neighbors. Well, that's an unboxing. Oh, cool. Okay. Does this company make money or is it a scam? Oil. Powell has nothing to do with that. Oh, the chanting about oil. That seems so random. Then, just like the price of energy and like gas and stuff like that. Maybe. What is this? That brings you to the latest trends of group buying. Doesn't this seem silly? It seems like a scam, doesn't it? Not a scam, like not the comp, but like it just seems like. So this is another like social media app you'd have to get. That's too much work. That's too much work. Too much work. Those people look too happy. Yeah. Uh, so real estate investments. Wait till the market buckles and be ready. Yeah, we buy is unhalted and falling to the bridge. Falling to the bridge. Yup. I mean, honestly, look at the damn company. For now, we'll see. Na, 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 na. He's back. Oh yeah, he is back now. Still can't hear him though. Like the voice is not good. The voice is not good. Um, so two. Interesting. Um, Pretty please. Good old fashioned backhand. Straight to jail. On it. Because you're muted? No, it's the voice. If I unmute it, it's it's the voice. I can hear you guys can though. The audio isn't coming for you guys. But no, like I just hear like muffles, rubbish. Theodore, are you in SECO? Let me know. Give me detail, Theodore. Ask me a question. I'm in this stock at this price. What's the resistance? Stuff like that. But uh, a better link. Okay. Oh yeah, that's Bloomberg. Yeah. You guys actually want to listen to that though? Damn. Maybe Bloomberg's. And here they are with the stupid ads. Um, Prefend. See, like he doesn't say anything. Like Powell doesn't say anything useful. I'm going. One second.
Turning to monetary policy, the FOMC has tightened policy substantially over the past 18 months, increasing the federal funds rate by 525 basis points at a historically fast pace and decreasing our securities holdings by roughly $1 trillion. The stance of policy is restrictive, meaning that tight policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. Given the fast pace of the tightening, there may still be meaningful tightening in the pipeline. My colleagues and I are committed to achieving a stance of policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2% over time, and to keeping policy restrictive until we're confident that inflation is on a path to that objective. We are attentive to recent data showing the resilience of economic growth and demand for labor. Additional evidence of persistently above trend growth, or that tightness in the labor market is no longer easing, could put further progress on inflation at risk and could warrant further tightening of policy. Along with many other factors, actual and expected changes in the stance of monetary policy affect broader financial conditions, which in turn affect economic activity, employment, and inflation. Financial conditions have tightened significantly in recent months, and longer-term bond yields have been an important driving factor in this tightening. We remain attentive to these developments because persistent changes in financial conditions can have implications for the path of monetary policy. My colleagues and I remain resolute in our commitment to returning inflation to 2% over time. A range of uncertainties, both old ones and new ones, complicate our task of balancing the risk of tightening monetary policy too much against the risk of tightening too little. Doing too little could allow above-target inflation to become entrenched and ultimately require monetary policy to wring more persistent inflation from the economy at a high cost to employment. Doing too much could also do unnecessary harm to the economy. Given the uncertainties and risks, and given how far we've come, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will make decisions about the extent of additional policy firming and how long policy will remain restrictive based on the totality of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Thank you. I look forward to our conversation, David.
Thank you very much, Chair Powell, for being with us today, for the remarks, and for having a bit of a conversation here. Really appreciate it. It strikes me it's a particularly propitious time, given everything that's going on in the world and in the economy. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. Let me start with something you just referred to, which is the surprise to the upside in the economic data, despite, as you termed it, I think, historically fast pace of growth. Are you surprised at how resilient the United States economy is? Just today, we got jobless claims numbers, surprised because they were low. We got the retail sales numbers you mentioned. We got industrial production. Across the board, it seems like a very strong economy, despite all you've done to try to slow it down.
Yes, so we certainly have a very resilient economy on our hands. We've got the economy growing strongly. If you think back a year, many forecasts called for the U.S. economy to be in recession this year. Not only has that not happened, growth is now running for this year above its longer run trend. So that's been a surprise, driven largely by consumer spending, driven by a very strong job market with people getting jobs with first high nominal wages, and then as inflation has come down, real wages, which is spurring spending. And we've also had inflation coming down. So, you know, it really is a story of much stronger demand. There may be some ways in which the economy is less affected by interest rates. It's hard to know precisely, but for example, many companies, any company with bond market access will have termed out its debt, right? And therefore may not be feeling the effects of higher rates. The same may be true of homeowners who have a long-term fixed rate, low rate mortgage, who then are therefore not, because it's not an adjustable rate or a higher rate, they're not feeling that increase in rates. So the economy may be somewhat less susceptible to the effects of rate increases. On the other hand, if you look at interest-sensitive spending, these are very much the places where we expect to see and do see effects. So, for example, in housing or in the housing sector has been very affected by higher rates, as purchases of durable goods. If you look at surveys, people will not say that it's a good time to buy a car or a house, quite the contrary. So we see policy working through its usual channels. It may just be that rates haven't been high enough for long enough, and again, it's all happening in a context of very strong demand.
We've heard other people speculate maybe the terming out of debt, as you say, both corporate debt and household debt, may diminish the effectiveness of rate hikes. Do you have a view on whether that's true? And if it is true, what does it say about monetary policy? Does it mean you have to go farther in the rate hikes, or do you just not have the power to affect it?
So no, I don't think that there's a fundamental shift in the way that interest rates affect the economy. There may be some differences in this cycle because of what I mentioned. As I mentioned, we are seeing the effects where we expect to see them, which is interest-sensitive spending and also asset prices to some extent, and the exchange rate, which you're also seeing a strong exchange rate, which is disinflationary. So I don't think there's a fundamental change in the way monetary policy affects the economy. And again, it goes back to just very strong demand. We take the economy as it is. We take fiscal policy and the economy and all the things we don't control, they come to us, and we conduct policy always to achieve maximum employment and stable prices. So we just take what comes. The fact that we have a strong growing economy, a strong growing labor market, and inflation coming down, these are the elements that we want to see that to achieve the outcome we want. It may take more time, but ultimately, this is the kind of thing you would want to see along the path to getting through this without a big increase in unemployment.
How much effect thus far has the Fed had? We all have memorized now long and variable lags. How long and how variable, and where are you in that process? Are you at the 25% point, the 50% in terms of seeing it in the effect in the real economy?
So there's no precision in in our understanding of how long lags are. One thing that has changed in the modern era is that markets now, over the course of the last 30 years, central banks have decided, instead of being secretive, to be very transparent. And what that has meant is that markets move actually well in anticipation, well before our policy moves. So the transmission from policy moves to financial conditions actually happens before the moves now, whereas that was not the case 50 years ago when Milton Friedman coined the phrase long and variable lags. So, but now you have financial conditions changing, and the question is, how does it affect the economy? The standard channels are asset prices, interest-sensitive spending, and the exchange rate, for example. And we do see that happening, just not as fast as we would like. And I would attribute some of that to just stronger demand. Household savings turned out to be higher. Household spending has been stronger, and that's by far the largest part of the economy.
In order to conduct monetary policy effectively, do you need at least a hypothesis about how much has already hit the economy? Because it's hard to know how much more you need to do if you don't know how far you've come.
So on lags, I think if you think back, it's been a year since the last 75 basis point hike we did. It was at the November meeting in 2022. The first one was in June, so it's more than a year. So we should be seeing the effects. By the way, they don't all just arrive on one day. They arrive and then they're thought to peak and then to diminish. So there's a lot of uncertainty around lags. And one of the reasons why we have slowed down significantly this year is to give monetary policy time to work. The truth is, though, you can find academic support for different speeds and duration of lag. So we have to use our eyes and a little bit of risk management and patience in slowing down the pace to make sure that we are seeing the full effects. And I think, again, that's part of why we've slowed down this year. We went very quickly in 2022 to catch up to where we needed to be, and now we're moving carefully with these decisions.
So when you spoke back in August of 2020 and sort of laid out the revisions to the framework, as it were, you said that in terms of anticipated growth, the sort of consensus had gone from something like 2.5 to 1.8%, I think were the numbers you laid out in that. Where are you now? Where's the Fed? Where are you? And what you think basically the long run growth is?
Long run potential growth is not something that moves around a lot over time, but I would, my own guess is it's around 2%. I think that the standard mainstream view would be a little bit below 2%, but I would just say 2% real growth over time. And what causes growth is growth in hours worked plus growth in productivity. Growth in hours worked is a function of population growth in the long run, and also labor force participation. Many things affect productivity, but if you drop in reasonable standard longer term estimates of hours worked growth and productivity, which is just output per hour, productivity growth, you get something around 2%, and that's higher than most other advanced economies.
As you look at it, do you see historical precedents for having a growing economy with high rates over a long period of time? I mean, as you look back, is it like the late 90s, for example? What analogies do you draw as you try to determine what this might be doing to the economy over the longer term?
So that's really a question about what the level of rates will be going forward, what the neutral level will be. And I think it's very hard to know confidently what the answer to that will be in 5 years. Some of the reasons why rates were low for the last 25 years were just the aging of the global population and globalization. And so lots of savings and relatively, with an aging population, savings greater than investment, so rates are lower. And productivity was low. So all of those led to low interest rates. So what has changed with the pandemic? You might see less effects from globalization. Certainly demographics, the aging of the global population has not changed. I mean, this is a discussion we're having on an ongoing basis. It doesn't really affect current policy, but where will rates settle out? What will be a normal rate? So if a typical Fed tightening cycle would leave you at 5 or 6%, and this is in the before the pandemic and before the low inflation period, you would have had Fed rates in 4 or 5% or even higher frequently. Are we going back to that? I really don't know. I wouldn't want to speculate. I mean, my guess is it'll be somewhere in the middle, but I don't know. I mean, I think we can say this now. The effective lower bound is not an issue. We were very concerned about that. Right now, we're very far from the effective lower bound, and the economy's handling it just fine. But that's because we're at a time of really elevated demand coming out of the pandemic as we reopened with fiscal stimulus and monetary stimulus. We have very strong demand in the United States. Hard to know what the economy will want in the way of interest rates when 5 years from now, when all of the effects of the pandemic are behind us.
You mentioned the long-term equilibrium rate, which you talked about again back in Jackson Hole in August of 2020. Back then you said you thought the sort of consensus had come down. I think it was from like 4.25% to 2.5%. Where is it today?
So I think by any reckoning, long-term interest rates and the neutral interest rate came down steadily over the course of several decades. So where is it today? I don't know. We're finding it basically. The idea was that I think the median indication of what the real neutral rate was around 50 basis points before the pandemic. It may have risen in the near term. The real question that matters, though, is will it rise in the long term? And that we don't know.
But do you need to know it in order to conduct monetary policy? I mean, you must have to have at least a theory. I mean, I'm not saying you have to be right about it, but you have to have a hypothesis, don't you? As you look at the data, you have to put the data through some sort of theory.
So we all write down our estimates of the longer run neutral rate every quarter in the summary of economic projections. And that's based on models. It's based on also looking out the window and including lags, thinking how are our current rates affecting the economy. So the evidence of your eyes is that the economy is handling much higher rates, at least for now, without difficulty. So notionally, that might tell you that the neutral rate has risen, or it may just tell you that we haven't had rates high enough for long enough. You're right, though, but we have models for everything. We have formulas for everything. Ultimately, as a practitioner, we have to be focused on what the economy is telling us, even taking lags into account. What's it telling us? Does it feel like policy is too tight right now? I would have to say no. I think the evidence is not that policy is too tight right now. And we're at 5.25 to 5.5%.
Do you think we're entering into a new phase in monetary policy? We had the Volcker disinflation, I think you referred to it as, and then we had sort of inflation targeting for a time. There was concern about secular stagnation. We were pushing the zero bound, as you said. We were concerned about that. And then we had the pandemic, and we had the real problem with inflation. What's the next phase look like? How would you describe it?
What we've been through is, in all of the advanced economies around the world, was a period where the effective lower bound, the proximity of interest rates, risk-free interest rates to the effective lower bound, which is zero or a little bit less, was a big problem for monetary policy. And just rates came down and down and down. And the problem is, if rates are going to be close to zero in good times, then how do you cut? And so have central banks lost the power of their most important tool, which is interest rates? This was a subject of a vast literature in monetary policy research for 20 years. And you know, the most common answer was some kind of a makeup strategy. So you would credibly promise to run inflation a little bit hot and above 2%, and that would anchor inflation at 2% to counter the times when it was below. So that was a very serious problem, which filled books worth of research. Then comes the pandemic, then comes the response to the pandemic, and then comes the pandemic inflation, not just in the United States, but everywhere. The question is that a secular change, or are these factors that brought us to that place, are they still out there waiting to come back? And, you know, books are written on this subject now. You can argue that, and some have argued that effectively the last 20 years before the pandemic were kind of a perfect storm of disinflation. And now that's all gone, and we're going into a more inflationary period that will be characterized by more supply shocks and things like that, and therefore more inflationary pressure. Yeah. So are we going into such a, I don't know. I mean, all I can tell you, I think it's unknowable, and, you know, great theorists and researchers have different views on this. It's not something you can settle in advance. We'll have to see. I think our issue is right now trying to achieve a sufficiently restrictive stance of policy to bring inflation down to 2% over time. That's what we're really focused on.
Whenever any of us go, particularly institutions, go through tumultuous times, and goodness knows you've been through a tumultuous time, we look back and think, okay, what did we learn? Sort of an after-action report. Look at the pandemic and the pandemic inflation. What would you say you learned in terms of macroeconomics, in terms of the economy, from that experience?
So hindsight is always a wonderful thing, right? I think the fair way to judge the actions that were taken is to put yourself in the place of legislators and policy, other, you know, and central bankers around the world. And there was no playbook. You know, we hadn't seen a global economic shutdown. People were thinking that the pandemic might kill a whole lot of people, and that we wouldn't have a vaccine for 5 years. We might not have an economy for 5 years. So these things were all very possible in March of 2020. And so we pulled out all the stops, and Congress pulled out all the stops. With the benefit of hindsight, could we have done a little bit less and had a little bit of inflation? I guess we could. But I think if you look overall at the performance of the U.S. economy, our economy is the strongest. We're actually also making the most progress on inflation, but we certainly have the strongest growth. We're back to prior growth trend, you know, not just level of where we were. We're actually back to the prior trend. The labor market, the last time we had this many consecutive months of unemployment below 4% was in the late 1960s. So it's more than 50 years ago. So our economy is doing very well from all of that. But, you know, if you had perfect hindsight, you might not have had as much inflation if we'd done less. Although other countries who didn't do as much as we did also had substantial inflation problems.
I think my question was just a little bit different. It's not so much of assigning blame or saying did somebody make a mistake as, are there things that going forward would change the way you conduct monetary policy that you learned from that maybe nobody had reason to know at the time, but it was an experience you went through?
Well, you know, we were in a time of a very long time, in a reasonably long time, of disinflationary forces. And I think everybody's instinct had been attuned to risks coming from this direction, which is too low inflation. And so what this has taught us is that now that period is over, and we now have probably going forward a more balanced set of risks where high inflation and low inflation are both risks. In fact, right now, the risk is still high inflation, but I'm assuming once we get back to 2%, we won't have that. But we've certainly learned that. And I mean, events are the possible range of events is so much wider than what we think it is on any given day, right? The tails are so wide, and it's just not human nature to constantly be thinking about things that are way out in the tail, but they happen in financial markets and in economies. They happen far more regularly than they should.
I suspect every person in this room is well aware of what's going on with yields with bonds. It's been a big story, particularly in the longer end of the curve. What is your understanding of what is going on in the bond market and why those yields are going up, particularly again at the longer end of the curve?
So it's really two questions. One is why is it happening, and the other is why does it matter for policy? And so I would say on the why is it happening question, I think it's appropriate to have a little bit of humility. It's always hard to say exactly what's going on with longer term yields, but this is what I think we can say. First, what it's not. It's not apparently about expectations of higher inflation, and it's also not mainly about shorter-term policy moves, so Fed funds moves over the next year or two. Really, if you can look at the 2-year, for example, and 2 years moved up a little bit since September, but really the move is in longer-run bonds. So it's really happening in term premiums, which is the compensation for holding longer-run securities, and not principally a function of the market looking at near-term fund rate. I think a few other ideas about. There are many candidate ideas, and many people feeling their priors have been confirmed by this event, I'll say, as well. But so one would be just that markets and analysts are seeing the resilience of the economy to high interest rates, and they're revising their view about the overall strength of the economy and thinking even longer term this may require higher rates. That could be part of it. There may be a heightened focus on fiscal deficits. That could be part of it. QT could be part of it. Another one you hear very often is the changing correlation between bonds and equities. If we are going forward into a world of more supply shocks rather than demand shocks, that could make bonds a less attractive hedge to equities, and therefore you need to be paid more to own bonds, and therefore the term premium goes up. So all of those are possible ideas. Then the question is, does it matter for us as long as I'm talking about this? So the way I think about it is, we change our policy. Actual and expected changes in our policy affect financial conditions, and persistent changes in financial conditions affect economic activity, hiring, and inflation. So one question is, are we seeing the longer run bonds, the increases in rates, are we seeing those come through in financial conditions in a persistent way? And I think if you look at financial conditions indexes, the answer so far would be yes, you are. Persistence, it will be a matter of just seeing with our own eyes, but certainly they're coming. If you look at financial conditions indexes, they're showing tightening, and it's a lot because of longer rates. Then the question is it endogenous? And is it just because the market expects us to take things, to take further actions to tighten monetary policy, in which case if you have to follow through. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem to be principally about expectations of us doing more. It seems that the other factors are the more prominent ones.
Another question is,
bottom line though, that means it probably does over time. It makes sense. It's something that we'll be looking at.
Well, that's the question I was asking, is over time. From what you understand right now, do you think this is a temporary phenomenon, or do you think there are structural factors, whatever they are, and we can talk about what they might be, that would really, this is the future that we're looking at now?
Well, so of the factors I just listed, some of them are shorter term, some of them are longer term, and some of them could be either. So for example, concerns over fiscal deficits, that could be a longer term factor. The change in correlations between stocks and bonds could be a longer term. I don't think we know. I think, basically bond prices are set by supply and demand. The supply of treasuries is a known thing, but demand can be affected by any and all of these theories, and also just by sentiment too, which is hard to characterize. So, markets have been volatile. They've been longer. You've seen the rates moving up and down a lot. I think we have to let this play out and watch it. But we, for now, it looks, it's clearly a tightening in financial conditions, and so we'll be watching it carefully.
Talking about the fiscal side, and you've been very careful repeatedly to say you want to stay in your lane, you're not responsible for fiscal issues. At the same time, you have to take into account, and it looks like the United States is going to have to borrow a fair amount of money. By the way, other countries are as well around the world. We have a big supply of treasuries coming on board. To what extent do you think that is a longer term issue? And let me tie it back to something you referred to in your remarks, actually. When we see geopolitical conflict around the world, like in Israel, like in Ukraine, some of the buildup with respect to China, the defense spending is going to be elevated for the United States and for other countries. Do you take that into account in figuring monetary policy? Because it may well mean that we're borrowing a lot more money than we have in the past.
So we, of course, see the same things that everyone else does. I just came back from IMF meetings this weekend, and there's a lot of talk of the very large resource demands that organizations like the IMF and of course countries are facing, and the need for substantial amounts of revenue. You mentioned military. There's also dealing with climate change and things like that. So there's a lot of that. We don't, as you mentioned, we don't comment on fiscal policy. Actually, the fiscal authorities have oversight over us, and not the other way around. So we stay away from that. So I would just say everyone knows that it's not a secret, and about all I can say is we know that we're on an unsustainable path fiscally. It's not that the level of the debt is unsustainable. It's not. It's that the path we're on is unsustainable, and we'll have to get off that path sooner rather than later. It's not really something, though, that affects a monetary policy decision about how much we raise rates in the next 6 months. It's not going to be driven by. I mean, if there was some vast new fiscal policy that were about to be enacted, and then that would have an effect on the models and have an effect on projections, and indirectly that would affect us. But we would not be in a position of responding directly to fiscal policy.
When we talk about the treasury market, obviously there's buying and selling, and the United States government is issuing a lot of treasuries. There's also a question of who's buying, and we now have one buyer who stepped out of the marketplace, namely the Fed, which is a big buyer. At the same time, we're getting reports that maybe some of the overseas buyers may be pulling back as well. How do you take that into account in assessing where we're going with long-term bond yields?
So actually, I think buying by overseas entities has actually been pretty robust this year. So there have been some small changes, but I think by and large, they've been buying robustly. Again, we look at the broad financial conditions. We look at interest rates, other asset prices. That's what we look at. We don't focus on fiscal policy. We wouldn't change monetary policy because of, for example, because we think that the U.S. is on an unsustainable path. Everyone knows that. We're just going to do monetary policy to achieve maximum employment and stable prices. And that's how we think about it.
I'm curious, though, one of the things you're most concerned about is the real economy, what's going on in the real economy. You distinguish yourself from some of your predecessors in that you have a significant exposure to the private sector, not just the public sector, academics. As you talk to CEOs, people in business, what are you hearing about the cost of capital? Because these bond prices are really affecting cost of capital for the first time in a while. There was a long time the cost of capital felt like it was almost zero. And business changes an awful lot when the price of money goes up.
I talked to several people this week who run companies, and they each said that the economy remains strong and that they don't see the consumer. You see, there's some areas where spending is softening, but overall, I mean, look at the retail sales number. The consumer is strong. Volume's not going up very much, but companies are profitable. You don't, now if you get to where I think the cost of capital would really matter would be for smaller companies and early stage companies, and that really does matter. So we don't have a lot of tools. We have interest rates and
the quickest way from a billion points of data to a point of view.
To deliver low and stable inflation. That's what we have to do. And at a time like this, we know that we're having negative effects on, we had the home builders in this week. It's a very tough time in the whole home building industry. And we know that. But ultimately, What we want to get back to is a long period of price stability. That's the best thing we can provide, and policymakers and businesses and everyone and people can just lead their lives not worrying about inflation. This is what we can deliver. It's what we have to deliver, and this is the time. You know, our independence is not for times when we're really popular. It's for when we're doing something that really the public counts on us to do, notwithstanding that it's challenging and difficult, and you know, higher interest rates are difficult for everybody.
You have not wavered from your commitment to 2%. You did it again today, 2%. No question about it. There are those who suggested, including some colleagues in the Fed, that maybe the bond market is doing part of your job for you. Is that the way you see it?
Look, I would say it this way. The whole idea of tightening policy is to affect financial conditions. And to the extent higher bond rates reflect they do. They're producing tighter financial conditions right now. So that's how monetary policy works. That's literally how it works. So again, in principle, as long as bond rates are going up for some reasons, and they're not going up just because they expect us to do things, so that if we don't do them, they'll come right back down. And we don't think that's the case. Actually, I don't think it's the case. It doesn't seem to me that's where analysis leads you. Then sure, that's a tightening. That's exactly what we're trying to achieve.
And therefore, it seems like almost arithmetic. It must reduce some of the impetus for you to continue to raise rates.
At the margin, it could. I mean, I think that remains to be seen. And by the way, I'm not blessing any particular level of longer-term rates, but just in principle, that's right.
So let's talk about the labor market. You referred to that in your remarks as well. And as you say, vacancies have come down some, although they still are pretty elevated. If I'm not mistaken, quits have actually gone up some. It seems to be a tight labor market. What do you make of what's going on in the labor market right now?
Labor market has been extraordinarily strong. So what happened in the pandemic was we had a negative labor supply shock, is one way to think about it. So a whole lot of people left the labor market when the pandemic happened and then didn't come back. And so when the economy reopened and everybody, you know, there was revenge travel and revenge everything, very strong demand, and there just weren't the people. So you had 2 job openings for every person actively seeking employment. We've never been anywhere near close to that. There was panic, and wages and bonuses, and particularly in things like in-person services where people had not gotten big wage increases and didn't want to come back to work. So that's where we were. So since then, there are very many signs that the labor market is getting back into balance, and I talked about some of that in my remarks. Surveys of work, we survey businesses. We don't do it, but other people survey businesses and say, are workers plentiful? And that measure was no, but now it's back to pre-pandemic levels. You survey workers, are jobs plentiful? And that was at an all-time high, and now it's still high, but back. So wage increases are coming back down to more normal levels. Job openings are down from 2 to 1.4. They were at 1.2 in the very tight labor market of 2019. By the work week, by so many measures, the labor market is gradually cooling. And part of that is this, all through 2022, we thought we were going to get more labor supply, and we didn't. And I personally thought, well, I guess we won't get any. And then we've gotten a substantial amount this year. The female labor force participation is in prime age workers is at an all-time high, which has to be related in some way to work from home. But labor force participation increased, immigration increased, and now you see that in the overall cooling of the labor market. So even though job creation is still very high, there are the workers to fill those jobs. And again, businesses will tell you that it's very different. It's still a very tight labor market, but it's loosening.
Coming back to your goal of 2% inflation, what have you learned from this experience about the relationship between inflation and labor? I mean, there's a lot of talk about a Phillips curve, whether it still applies, whether it's weaker, what is it? What's your hypothesis right now with the relationship between inflation and labor market?
Well, let me tell you what it was before. So one of my favorite charts is just the slope of the Phillips curve over 40 years. And so it shows the relationship between unemployment and inflation. If you go back to the high inflation of the 70s, there was a very tight relationship. And that relationships went down and down and down to the effect where the Phillips curve, there was almost no relationship, meaning the Phillips curve was very, very flat. Now, actually, if you just ignore cause and just look at the data, it will tell you that the relationship is back. Do we really think that's a sustainable thing? I don't know. What happened though was that people came to seriously expect 2% inflation, something like 2% inflation. And if people expect that, if companies expect it and workers expect it and you expect that in your shopping, then that's what'll happen in a way. And that's what happened. So even in very, very tight labor markets, we didn't have high inflation. I was at the Fed since 2012 as unemployment went from 6 to 5 to 4 into the 3s for the first time. And the models were all saying that we should be seeing some inflation, and we never really saw 2% inflation on a sustained basis during that era. So we learned that the Phillips curve was really flat. Some pronounced it dead. Now, I don't think most of the inflation we're seeing at all is from the Phillips curve, though. I think it was built really the collision of very strong demand, really strong demand, with constrained supply. Cars being a great example. Many people wanted cars, didn't want to ride public transportation, wanted to move to the suburbs. Unlimited demand for cars. Interest rates are low. Yet we couldn't get semiconductors, so there are no more cars. Car production went down. How do you solve that problem? Prices just go way, way up for cars. That's how you clear the market. So that's a classic example of what happened here. It really wasn't about the Phillips curve. It was more about constrained supply and demand more broadly, especially for goods at the beginning.
Let's turn to another responsibility of yours, which is the banking system. Last March, we had something of a scare because of, I guess, interest rate risk with Silicon Valley Bank and then some others. Are we through that now? Where are we in that process? Are you resting easy?
So what you pay us for is not to rest easy. We don't do that. But I would say where we are is this, though. Things have certainly settled down, we see the funding markets is fine. We see, and we paid a lot of attention to banks that looked anything like the banks that had the problems, and made sure that they had credible liquidity plans and plenty of liquidity and all of that. And so I think all of that has worked. And we set up this facility that's available for banks to borrow. And so all of that has led to a real settling down. But our job is to be on the case, and we're still on the case, and we'll keep after that. Banks are generally very well capitalized and highly liquid in our country. Banks are strong. We benefit from all those years of reform under Dodd-Frank and Basel III that we went through, with former Governor Tarullo, right, and many others. And so we benefit from a very strong, well-capitalized banking system that's much better at managing its risks than the one that entered the global financial crisis.
Very well. Capitalized, but you want some more.
You're talking about and that's affecting downtown real estate in a lot of big cities, and higher rates as well, as you point out. So this is an issue that we pay a great deal of very careful attention to. Commercial real estate is not a principal risk or a major risk for the very largest banks. Right. It is much more for regional, and really the smaller banks have proportionally a much larger exposure to real estate, so commercial real estate. So what we've done is the supervisors are in there looking at real estate portfolios. They're working with banks to make sure that they have plans to deal with the problems they have in their portfolio. These problems evolve over time. They don't land with great suddenness like a market event. And so we're working with all of the bank regulators are working with banks that have concentrations of troubled real estate to work it out. There will be losses for sure. You can drive down through most downtowns, in many downtowns anyway, and see buildings that are empty and things like that. But we're working through it, and we're on that case, and don't see it as as presenting much broader problems. But our job is to make sure that it doesn't.
As you mentioned, regional banks are where a lot of people focus on this. As you conceptualize the banking system, what is the role of the regional banks? We have the super big banks that don't look like they're going anywhere. And we've got the community banks, the smaller banks that we understand are critical, particularly for small businesses and local context. But what about the regional banks? How much pressure is on them? And what would the damage be to the system if, in fact, there was more consolidation with some of the big banks?
I think the regional banks are very important, extremely important. We have 4,500 banks, which is a lot more than any other country per capita or per dollar of GDP. But we have, our GSIBs, the largest banks, are the leading banks in the world in profitability and in their success in their business. We have community banks who deal in smaller communities. But we also have these great regionals, and I think they do a great business with many companies. And I do think their business model is under pressure, and I would not like to see us add to that by treating them exactly like GSIBs. I think they don't need exactly the same attention that a GSIB gets. So, but I would say I personally think, and I think we at the Fed strongly think that the regionals and the smaller regionals are an enormously important part of our banking system.
Okay, you've been very generous with your time. Really appreciate it. I have one last question. Are you having a good time? And if so, why?
Now or?
No. I assume this wasn't that pleasant, but in general, are you enjoying your job?
I would say this. First of all, it's an incredible honor to do this job. And every day I do it, I feel so fortunate and so lucky and blessed to be entrusted with this. And all I want to do is do the best job I can for the public that we all serve. And yes, there's a lot that's enjoyable about it, but mostly it's just so important to get it right, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Really good of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, absolutely fantastic.
Rubbish. See, I feel like that was one of the best ones we've had so far with him. There was more data, just more information there than there usually is. Usually it's like blah 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 blah. This was a bit better, a little bit better. WeBuy actually had a nice rally. Yeah, this was a bit better than the other ones. Yeah, you could actually, you could actually kind of see why they're making decisions they're making. Anyways, MDAI looks like it came down to a nice little double bottom there and formed a bit of a wedgie wedge. Right, so let's see if that thing can, well, it's breaking out, but right, so nice little double bottom at 340. So that 340 level would have been a nice little, that's if it can hold though, right? So MDAI. That thing is a screenshot of what is dead to me, Richie. Yeah, well, for now, if it stays about 340, then it's fine. With beautiful Lorinda, exactly. I was even thinking like not even 35, like 39. At least you're risking 1 cent, Lorinda, right? So, yeah, it's lost the volume though, hasn't it? It's lost the vibes for sure. Lost the volume. You can just kind of see, even though it looks like it's hitting support and it's trying to bounce, it's not really bouncing. So that's the concern there with that one. And then W buy here. I'm surprised this thing rallied as much as it did, but it's one of those China names, one of those Asia names. It's halted, by the way. It's halted. It's halted up, which is silly, which is a bit silly. None of these candles got halted. Tell me why. Tell me how much bigger this candle is than the other candles, and then boom skis halted. Anyways, they don't want it to go up. They're like, oh, it's going up. Halt, 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 halt. ICU is still impressively holding $1, which is good. Right, MDAI is still again 340 and holding, and you have half at $1.39. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and then OTLK, that thing crashed. Oh my goodness! Eventually, everything crashes, but yeah. Let's go. Do you check any price volume float of a stock moving, or do you have a certain criteria you stick to? No, I usually check, and it's pretty easy to see. And I usually don't say that stuff, Jay, but it's always on the side. You can see the float, the volume. Yeah, the price. Yeah, I mean, like in terms of price, it's anything that seems like it's performing, right? Like volume and price kind of go together, right? Like if a stock is performing with the right volume, then it's one of those like really weird like metrics, if you want to call it that, right? So as long as the stock is performing from a technical point of view, volume is that means the volume is there. Then maybe the float is not the most important thing, but yeah, no, you kind of pay attention to that stuff. But the price action is the most important thing, though, right? I mean, we saw what's the name of that stock? Was it NKTX something? With 50 million, with the float at 50 million, it did well all day, right? So it wasn't NKTX, it was something else. Squeeze the option, squeeze. Asia once. Great. Asia seems like a really cool name, doesn't it? Asia. Was she from Asia, Joe? Asia. Sounds like a cool name. A very cool name. Oh my goodness. New merch now available. No, thank you. Oh my goodness, virus. Oh my goodness. Back from work. The looks to be slowing, Willie. Yeah, chaos. Did you buy the dips again, Willie? Tesla dipskis? Uh, if to tomorrow, maybe next week for sure. Yeah, next week for sure. Let's give this IPO one more on halt, and then ICU looks good, right? So like we said earlier, right? That 98, we cannot go below 98 for ICU. I mean, we can, I guess, but that just makes it a bit fishy at that point. You know what I mean? So now we have a really nice double bottom, triple bottom, quadruple bottom at 98 cents. So as long as we stay above that level, right? And then maybe at some point today, ICU can go back, towards $1.20 and then break out. That would be nice, right? And are we on halted? Yeah, we buy is on halted there. Her mom was from Asia. Okay, that's a cool name. Asia. Save the chickens, Greg. 927. Volatility. Yeah, let's give it a 940. Oh yeah, this thing was pumping when Paolo was speaking. It was flying. 957, 960, 980. Ooh wee. 985, 990. Oh my goodness. And the issue too with this is the big 999. Oh my goodness. $10. 1007. And yep. And it needs to Caleb. It needs to stay at the very minimum. It needs to stay above 335. Below 335, Caleb, it's dead. At the very minimum, $3.35 needs to hold. $10. Previous high was 1070. 1070. 1070. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The yeah, just be careful if you're playing with it. just the spread. The spreads is all over the place, so just be mindful of that. Na, 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 na. For someone with a small account, Jay, focus on building the right habits. Buy penny stock so you can load up. No, no. Um, play whatever you're comfortable with. I would more so focus on um, not necessarily take profits. Yes, right. So like I wouldn't necessarily focus on like a specific group of stocks, right? And say, oh, I want to play this price. I want to play penny stocks. I wouldn't focus on that. I would focus a lot on like just like I said, building the right habits, right? Knowing when to buy, really important. It doesn't matter whether it's $100 stock or it's a 10-cent stock. Knowing when to buy, right? And knowing when to sell, right? Paper trade exactly, Troy, right? So yeah, don't focus on like, oh, I have a small account, so I need to go play penny stocks, because your small account will potentially get smaller if you're not sure, right? If you're not sure what to do. If you're not sure what to do, yeah, paper trade. Practice, practice, practice. Learn the fundamentals of technicals. Stop loss. Yeah, exactly. There you go, Michael. Yeah. So practice, practice, practice the right habits, right? I'm buying the stock at this price because it's doing this. Okay, here's my stop loss. If it doesn't do that, I'm gonna get rid of it, right? So I'm buying the stock because it's breaking out. So here's my stop loss. I'm buying the stock because, right? So technicals with, and then go from there. Of greed and hope. Learn the technicals on the charts. Exactly, Joe. Exactly. Right. So, and most of the time, like penny stocks are hope, right? I hope this penny stock goes from 10 cents to 20 cents. And like we've seen so many times where like it works out, but yeah. No, you have a great paper trading interface. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, Troy. There's a video in the education channel, by the way. If you're not sure how to paper trade on TradingView, there's a video in the education channel that explains how to paper trade on TradingView. Alrighty, education channel. For the conference after hours of Daryl. Okay, they have that today. Okay, might be something to watch into the conference then. Maybe buy the hype, sell the news, right? Buy the hype, sell the news. Looks like it's forming a bit of a downtrend now too. MDAI again, kind of doubled up and failed at 350, right? And here comes a retest of 340. A retest. Let's see how well that thing holds above 340, Lorenda. It just doesn't have the volume, does it? It just doesn't have the vibes anymore. Do I drink coffee or energy drinks? No. I don't like coffee. And the energy drinks make me tired. So no thanks. He's pretty. I think. Yeah, is the there you go, Michael. No, and it failed. So no bounce at all. So it's lost the momentum. Your last line of defense is at 335, right? There's no point in that thing going below 335. If it does, then to the bridge. And looks like it's slowly going there. Slowly going there. We buy is back to $10 here. This stock is actually looking interesting, isn't it? Is anyone in WeBuy? Anybody in the chat in WeBuy? We buy, you buy, we all buy. They intersect at pivot points. Yeah, yeah, major pivots. Yeah, yeah. That's that. I think that's kind of why like I you can Joe, like you can look at whatever you want. There's always that pivot point, and that's what you're looking for, right? SECO, Jimmy, before the meeting. Okay, send it, send it. And look at MDAI, guys. Look at that thing crash like a tomato, right? Look at that thing crash. Right? Look at it crash, right? Again, we talked about this, right? As soon as that thing goes below $3.40, I mean, you can look at 340. We talked about that stop loss for Lorenda at 339, right? Because as soon as it goes below 340, then you have a problem. Now you're hoping that 335 holds, right? When a stock goes below support, like if a stock is holding support right there, and you let it go below that level, it can come bad, but people can panic though. People panic, right? So, and once like one person panics, everybody else panics. When I sign up for Discord, nothing shows up. Blended. My when I sign into it, nothing shows up. I just go back, Blended, go back into the getting started channel, and then try reconnecting, and then just refresh or something. Yeah, just go back into the and then just refresh, or just again go follow the reconnecting steps in the getting started channel. You do, Jay? Yeah. There's so many tools. So many tools. I look at the episode especially important. Yeah, I agree, Dan. Yeah, I agree. Buy alerts. Most times I wait for the the 5 minute chart and the having some success with that. Yeah, yeah. Just you can play with all these different things, Jay. All these different things. Play with it, right? And some you will notice that work more than others, and then you can stick to that, right? Practice, practice, practice. Link YouTube should fix. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Jared. Yeah. He went to Italy. The wife took him to Italy, virus. The wife took Blender to Italy, uh, because he was doing unnecessary things in the market. I use a number of tools. Alligator etc. Nothing has allowed me to be as the Fibs. Yeah, Dan. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back, Blended. Welcome back, criminal. Michelle was also in Italy, and I remember you guys were talking about it because she went and then you went after she came back. La, la, la. Spy is confused. Confused. I validate or yeah, it doesn't. Exactly, Lorenda. Right? Imagine having a stop loss. Imagine not having a stop loss on these candles. Like, there's no way, there's no way you react quick enough to say, "Oh my goodness, it's breaking support," and then boom, right? You're sitting, and then you execute, and then it sells at the bottom, and then it's bouncing back up, right? So, sometimes people say, "Oh, but like, my stop loss hit," and then the stock, look at this as an example. We knew that there was support at this level, right? We know there's support at this level, also the 200, right? So like, if you don't set a stop loss and this thing breaks below that level, oh my goodness, look at this. And then now, so the common issue is some people don't set a stop loss, and then it breaks below support, and then it immediately crashes because that's what stocks do, right? And then now the question, now people are thinking, but I want to wait because I can't sell it now. It's a big loss. I'm gonna wait for it to come back up, right? I'm gonna wait for it to come back up. Sometimes it comes back up, and then you're like, phew, I'm glad I didn't have a stop loss. But what about these times where like the stock doesn't come back up? Look at this. What happens when a stock doesn't come back up? What happens when it doesn't come back up? right? And then now you're like, excuse me, what do I do, right? So yeah, so they're always going to be like, oh, I wish I didn't set a stop. They always get my stop loss. They always get my stop loss. Well, if you set your stop loss at the right price below support, and if it hits, then that's okay, honestly, right? Because you never know. When I was to watching the Fed small position though, Nemo. Okay, sounds good. I don't like to lose 2 pennies, so I definitely keep a start. Yeah, exactly, right. So I mean, again, as an example here, right? If you know the support at $3.40, right? If you got in at 340 and you know there's support at 340, why not set a stop loss at 339, right? 1 cent, because if it breaks below that level, this is possible. Not always, but it's possible, right? And then you're not having to deal with just unnecessary like blood, you know. Anyways, we buy is still just relaxing below $10. I wonder if this thing breaks above $10. If it goes, then we have to look at other IPOs, right? Other IPOs, other IPOs. I don't see any news here. No new news. No new news. Yes. Oh, can Powell come on again tomorrow? Great surprise action, Dan. That was one of the better times I've heard Powell speak. He seemed relaxed. He seemed relaxed. Um, he was actually giving a lot of detail to. Maybe it's because the dude was nice. Maybe because he liked the dude. You know, like sometimes when he's speaking in front of those journalists, those people are very annoying. Very annoying. Yeah, spy, double, resistance, and then back to the abyss, and then back to the highs, and now it's going back down. Yeah, nice range. ICU, still just chilling. Just chilling. My Discord says, thanks for joining. Options group. Oh my goodness, blended. Yes. So here's the link at the bottom of the chat, and then just follow the steps in the getting started to reconnect. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. What do you think about Snap, Poco? What do you think about Snap? What are you trying to do with Snap? What do I think about Snap? Look at that. Look at how weak MDAI is now. Look at how weak it is. Weak, 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 weak. Right? No signs of a bounce at all. Can't even get above. So now the problem is, right, we tried to go back up and then we failed at the previous low, right? 335 was initially support. Well, it was a bounce. Now we go up, we fail at 335, and then we come back to the lows of the day, right? Journalist. 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 Yes. The journalist. That's what I hear. A journalist. La 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 la. What's Snapchat doing? Snap is Snapchat. Snap is green today. Well, Snap has been at $10 for the longest time. For the longest time. You might have missed the opportunity, Poco. Snap was at $8 $8.50 not too long ago. Now it's been struggling at $10. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the last 4 days it's been failing at $10, right? So you're better off just waiting for that thing to break above $10, and then you can decide what you want to do after that, right? So for now, $10 resistance. Okay. Do you think TTO is showing a buy signal, Chase? TTO. They do virus. They do. So TTO did a split not too long ago. Do I think it's a buy? I mean, TTO looks weak, 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 weak. The only good thing about TTO here is, again, TradingView will try their best to kind of use the charts to. But you can look at this again. So what am I doing here? Looking for horizontal line. So right there, Chase, right before the splits, this level here was support, right? So let's call that $5, and so five. Let's call it 540, 540, 540, 550. Let's go, blended. Welcome back. Right. So again, so 540, 550 there, right? So if you're looking for a position, I think it's a buy. I mean, it's sitting at the lows of the day for now, and it's really not showing any signs of going back up, right? Nothing at all. So yeah, but for now, just maybe you can be aware that 550, 540 is support, right? So just don't let it go below that level. Alrighty, alrighty. It's a tomato rock. It really is. It really is. Yeah. ICU is going up 1 penny at a time. 1 penny at a time. One stupid penny at a time, but it's still holding. Dan for president virus on his boots. Nothing's changed. I've blended. Welcome back, and send us some pictures uh, good product, bad leadership. Okay, yeah. HUBC is pumping. Send it. Banking on that support, and also banking on good news in November. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, and then yeah, just make sure we don't go below that level, right? So I don't know if we're gonna get all the way down to that level, right? But it's getting close. Um, so that's a good thing. And then yeah, again, like I said, just don't let it go below. If you let it go below 540, then the question is 540, 550, 560. If it goes below 540, especially, then it becomes the question of, okay, like, where does it stop after that? $1, probably zero. Over $1 before they have to split. Okay, for me to be president. I hope I wasn't. Yeah, no, I would never. Like politics. No, thank you. MDAI looks like it's hit a bit of a double bottom there though, and then a pop, and then a bit of a pop. But again, it's gonna need to give us higher lows or something for. Right, this is really the first proper green candle it's had in a long time. So that thing is gonna need to do better than that. Oh wow, 340. Interesting. Oh wow, wow. That's the second proper green candle it's had. One proper green candle after another proper green candle. Anyways, and then so the last time we pushed like that, we filled at 350. So, but that thing still needs to give us dipski and then a higher low and then a higher high, and then okay. More than that. Into it for 30. 30. Okay, sounds good. Chase. Yeah, and then just don't let it crash. Then don't let it crash. Yeah, I don't know. No, 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 no. Politics. Like back in the day where you, not maybe not even, but like people dream of like, I want to be, when I grow up, I want to become a president. To find what? Why the hell would you do that? So I can change the world. Yeah, right. Is it very oversold? Yeah, it's oversold, Juan, but it's also a trash penny stock though. So it's not necessarily about like just being oversold. Oh my goodness, Dan! Wow. Yes, it is oversold. All-time lows because the company decided to scam people with an offering. So when does it stop? Right? Look at how ugly that looks. So maybe if it can stay above, if you're watching this thing, as long as it stays above 0.0386, right? 386. If it can stay above that level, then there's hope. If not, send it to the abyss. I always wanted to be that's that yeah. Interesting joke because we had the same dream. Anyways, I always said when I grew up I wanted to be a and oh my goodness, so many government actually don't to do good things. Josh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You're welcome, Juan. A warlord. That's interesting, Josh. Interesting you say that. Very interesting you say that. Very interesting you say that. Uh, Very interesting you say that. Very interesting. I was talking to somebody and like a family member, and they said the exact same thing. Um, which makes you think like the things that really go on behind the scenes, right? Yeah, the things that go on behind the scenes. Uh, for from you, did Joe? Oh wow, would I fly with you, though? No. Uh, virus. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Spy trying to go back up. So it looks like it kind of held that 3070. ICU still slacking, and we by selling off. Very interesting. Yeah. What can you do? Na, 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 na. It's not great. Yeah, that's wild, Josh. Wild, wild. Really? He does? Oh wow. Wow, wow, wow. See again, like I had this conversation with a family member and but I didn't know the rest of these details, which is interesting. Yeah. I go sports betting. I mean, more productive use of your time. Sounds good, Virus. Sounds good. Have to on the daily sham. Not sure. Let me take a look. All I know is that it needs to stay above 90, 99, 98 cents there, right? So you're looking for a gap on the daily to 148. Let's take a look. I mean, I can see what you're looking at, I think. Let me switch these candles. Yeah, right there. I mean, yeah, that gap, yeah, 148. I mean, then the gap goes a little bit higher than all the way to 190, right? So like right there is what you're looking for, right there, right? So a gap. Only if the again, it's done a really good job holding, which is nice. which is very nice. There's a bit of a forming a bit of a wedge there. Forming a bit of a wedge. Okay, I missed her. And blended. See, it's crazy how everybody agrees, though. Isn't that wild? How everybody agrees. Wild, crazy. Do you just use the auto fibs, Josh? I think that's what Jay is asking. Oh, here we go. I see you. I see you. You see me. Now can we squeeze? Ooh, I see you. Ooh. So $10 next resistance there, but and then obviously we have that same level at the top, and then that level all the way up there. So still a lot of work to be done here, but again, as long as it stays above 98 cents. Uh, the only one who's in the world that way. You guys are all criminals. Oh no, I mean Dan. Dan. Yeah, Dan with the fips. Do you use the auto fips? Auto fips, Dan, for J. The good ones. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. There you go. Just browsing. Just browsing. Let me take a look at Discord. Quick question. Who? Wait. I was trying to understand the question, Virus. No idea. No idea. Uh, I have no idea, Virus. Let's go. Yeah, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Ninebots. Come join us. Let's go. Yeah, so smash a like, please, and thank you. I would really appreciate that. Please and thank you. That could have perfectly calls it all puts. Yeah. Yes. Look at that. Like spy really hit that resistance, and those puts, perfection. From the bottom to the top, back to the bottom. Spy is playing games. The lovely games, though, looks like, right? So it's failing perfectly at the tops. Let's go, Jay. Thank you. All right, so beautiful. Yeah, Virus picked up those puts. From calls to puts, straight to the red zone. Red, 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 red. Warning, crash it. Spy back. Back to the abyss. Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty. Uncertainty. Yeah, take a let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Right. So from puts to calls to puts, monies. Barry says God is good all the time. Can I get an amen? SECO. I mean, it's not really doing much, Pepe, but it is holding that support at $1.54 ish. Let's call it $1.50, right? So it's holding it, right? Had to come back and retest though. Always happens. Had to come back and retest. So we talked about SECO when it was hot, right? All the way to 180, right? Again, these stonks will always come back. Look at that, right? To the left hand side, guess what? Dipski, retested, and then it's been holding above, right? So when a stock is pumping like this, you're like, oh my goodness, but please, I'm missing it. I'm missing all the gains, but why? Right? It's gonna come back and retest that previous high, right? It's not gonna just go boom skis, boom skis, boom skis, right? So, and it's been holding it. ICU still slacking. ICU doesn't see Andiamo. AOD, hello, hello. How are things today? Are you at work? Spy didn't believe in us. They didn't believe in us. God did. They didn't believe in us. God did. Okay, I'll respond to that message later. Work? Okay. Works. I'd rather be at shorting because every time I buy the stock goes down. Not necessarily, Jay. Not necessarily. People say that all the time. Like, I think shorting is easy. Shorting is not easy. It's this. It's the same. It's the same up and down. As SECO is bouncing off that beautiful support. It's the same way. Well, for the most part, it's the same up and down. Right. So you just have to be same. I mean, look at some of these stocks we've talked about over the last week. Imagine shorting a stock that's going up 4,000%, and then you try to go into the next one, it's going up 300%, and then 1,000%, and then, right? So with infinite losses, right? So when you short a stock, there's not a limit on how much money you can lose. When you're long, you can lose the money in your account, right? Take profit short is easy because every take profit level is potential short. Yeah, right. So it's not musty. Right. So when you short some of these stonks, there's no telling how much money you can lose, right? So and welcome back to Canada. Let's go. See you later, blended. See you later. Winter rice. Winter's coming, guys. Winter's coming. We have one more week of summer. It's not even summer anymore, but and then winter. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah, no. Again, what I'm trying to say is like it's both ways, right? You just have to understand like how to play, both ways, right? You can short at resistance, beautiful, right? And if it's crashing, then just be ready to take profits or set a stop loss and whatnot, right? Because imagine if you short a stock at a double top, right? So let's say you look at this level and you're like, ooh, that's resistance. Ooh, that's a double top. Let me short this stock, right? If you do not take profits as it's going down, or if you let it break above this level, if you let it break above that level, congratulations, you played yourself because that stock will squeeze you and squeeze you and squeeze you and then send you to Adam Aaron's house, right? So you know what I mean. And you can easily look at this level and say, "Ooh, that's that's resistance." So maybe this is a nice short, right? If you let that thing break out, it will squeeze these out of. Fall is is on vacation. You will just get liquidated. Some brokers don't. Some brokers will don't do that though. Musty. Some brokers will just leave you leave you in there as they go through your assets and say, "Ooh, he owns a car, not an asset, but we take it. He owns a flip flop. Okay, how much does that cost?" And you know what I mean. So again, resistance, sure, but that thing breaks out there. Congratulations, congratulations. I invite you to Google the it may give you some perspective. Uh, the K bio short, and I bring it up for yeah. Okay, let me just go K bio. Okay, K bio short. Oh my goodness. Uh, how a short account went to negative. Oh my days. Account went to negative 106. Look at that, right? So your broker will not liquidate you. Can you? Yeah, you can by Musty. Yeah, they will let you go at minus $100,000 in the negative as they count your lives. Joe Campbell, a 32-year-old small business owner. Look at that, like a small business owner, right? Nice, Arizona, right? He's like, you know what? November 2015, he got caught in a disastrous trade he will never forget. That sounds like the beginning of a horror story, doesn't it? Um, so I just want to look for after this, how his $37,000 account balance quickly turned into a minus negative 106,000. Right, so because la 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 la, it's not, why is it not letting me scroll down? So he held a short position in KBio overnight. The company received an unexpected capital investment that caused the stock price to go up 800%. Right, so yeah, that's holding overnight too, though. But same, right? Because of the losses, Campbell started a crowdfunding page. Wow, wow, wow. No Vaseline. Roy says just delete the app. Oh my goodness. Just delete the app, and go on vacation. Pretend like you never had it. Dude, just delete the app, Robinhood deleted. Weibo, delete the app. If somebody says, "Hey, what happened?" I don't have Weibo, I don't have Robinhood. I'm on vacation, leave me alone. Right, overnight buyout of the company. Damn, Musty. It's scary. Like when you short stonks, you have to be very careful because you will lose more than you have. It's not like when you're in a long position and you can go to zero. Nope. Shorts will undress you, right? Unlimited losses and big gains, right? So, um, yeah. So yeah, when people think of shorting some of these crazy stocks, be careful, right? You never know. You never know. Announced a press release that plan to because of the limited cash resources, the la 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 engage la 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 la. Okay, there you go. Yep. Be careful. Careful. Look at at that. Look at that. We just talked about this, though, Musty, didn't we? Look at that breakout, right? You're like, oh my goodness, short, 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 B sell, breakout, boom, short position, slapped. two, two steps to the bridge. Look at that beautiful breakout, right? Look at that breakout right there. Curl, congratulations. What's your entry price? Liquidity, grab these. Oh, it was Josh. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I remember that guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. So look at these beautiful breakouts on this stock, by the way. Wow. Look at that double top, Dipski, and then Boomski's breakout. And then another breakout again right there at 36 cents. Boomski's 41 cents. Hmm. Are they still in business? I have no idea. So many of these, yeah. In the soccer channel, oh, Pablo is bringing me bad news. This is bad news. I'm scared. This is too close, Pablo. Uh, Saudi? Wow. Rubbish. Messy. I thought you were bringing me something good, Pablo. It's a messy video. Messy's always bullying people. Na, na, na. Without any news, Tom, it's momentum, right? It's momentum. It's momentum. Once the stock catches a vibe and nothing else is moving, everybody just goes. Again, like whether a stock has news or no news, why the question is like why do these stocks move? Is because people buy them, right? So if people can either buy a stock because it has news or because they see that it's moving, right? So either way, people are buying. So it's just the momentum, just the vibes, right? Just vibes, vibes. Lunch is over, spy. 42 out of bounds. Yeah. The way no, they don't have any news. B cell doesn't have any news at all, right? Again, you can look at this chart though. You can see that it's a good chart, right? So if nothing else is moving in the market, people just look at this and say, "Ooh, sassy, sassy." Yeah, I bet you what brought this momentum was this breakout right there, right? You have a double top and then you break out. Ooh, momentum, right? So can you explain pre-market and after hours? Like, can anyone trade them? Tom, yeah, anyone can trade them. Depends on your broker. Some brokers will let you trade pre-market from 4 a.m. to until the market open, and then after hours from the close all the way to 8 p.m. Right? Some brokers only start trading pre-market at a specific time, and they close at So it depends on the broker. So you just have to look at what broker you have and see what time frame they give you. Yeah. So Webull will let you trade Webull, and Mumu will let you trade all hours of all hours of the market session, right? So pre-market opens at 4 a.m. in the morning, and then after hours closes at 8 p.m. Right? So some brokers let you trade that entire time. Some brokers will pick when Lambo. When you buy me a Lambo, Joe? Uh, yeah. It went below again by Virgo. My goodness, Tesla's in trouble. Maybe Tesla's gonna go back to $100. In our dreams. Offer and demand. New catalyst. No, exactly, Joe. Exactly. Wealth first and then Lambo. Okay, fine, Josh. Fine. Yes, yes. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make monies. Has some stocks 24/7. Yeah, I think Tesla is on that list, right? I think like that future for Robinhood. it's a cool feature. Like if something happens when pre-market and after hours are closed, like if a company drops news and it's on one of, like if Tesla or like one of these bigger names, something happens, something happens, there's a war, and like the US gets like a rocket or something, right? um then you can sell before pre-market opens, or before after hours, right? You can quickly react, so that's a cool feature in that sense. Or like some good news, right? You can buy before pre-market opens because there will be less volume anyways, right? But other than that, I think it's a pretty useless feature. um, Deserves a price target at $13. For now, let's hold $1 and then Tesla, and then break above $1.25. That's it. Not asking for too much. We'll hold in pre-market zone until options expire for the day. Probably. Probably. Yeah. We'll see. Let's give it 20 minutes, guys. Let's give it 20 more minutes, and then we can hop off and go to Discord. I'm watching that video, Pablo. That was when he. Okay, no, that's. Oh my goodness, when was that, Pablo? Was that this international? Wait, I need to go back. I need to rewatch it. What? Oh my goodness, what the hell is he doing? Wow, damn. Wow, it's impressive. Crypto streams, Michael. Who's Nothing's happening in crypto. We sell. Well, I mean, I said it in Discord, right? I said this message in Discord. Be very careful with WeBuy because this thing is gonna end up at $2. Mark my words, $2. It's gonna be we pray to not go to the we breach, right? So yeah, it was fun, right? But be very careful with it. So if you diamond hand this thing, don't come back and say know what you hold, because you're gonna be holding a wee bag, anyways. Peace and blessings, Jay. Peace and blessings. Before I want you to know that let's go, Jay. Are you in Discord, Jay? You should be, right? I think you are. I think you're in Discord, right? You're connected. Because I don't know if I've seen you chat in Stock General. Don't hold the wee back, Derek. Right. So again, it was a nice. I mean, like I didn't trust it initially just because of like the way the website looked, but then it actually like had a nice pop, right? Nice pop, and then double top. That's a beautiful double top, by the way, right? So double tops are really important, guys, right? When a stock fails at the level once, pay attention the next time it gets there. JWAT, okay, trades, okay, sounds good, Jay. Right, when a stock fails at the level once, be very careful when it gets there the second time because you might be in trouble, right? So yeah, and it's been crashing, and it's below $7 now. So yeah, don't hold a wee bag. But nothing is happening, as in like in terms of like a stream, Josh. In terms of a stream, like the stream crypto. Good morning, Tanya. You know what I mean? Okay. Is it still the morning or is it afternoon? Well, I guess it is the morning in the California world. D, you're going back to work. Back to work. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Yeah, we have like 15 more minutes, and then we can go to Discord. And then we can go to Discord. Volatility. They're coming. Time. Yes. 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 Hmm, interesting. Yeah, SECO does. It does. It looks, especially if it stays above $1.50, it looks healthier. SECO slacker. Richie, you just got out, Ham. Oh wow, you were in there the whole time. Damn, that took a long time. Long time. A long time. A long time. Yeah, it looks like B cell with retest, right? So the breakout for B cell, right? There's always a retest, guys, right? Look at that, right? Always a retest of the breakout for the most part, right? Now it's coming back to retest, right? So breakout, boom skis, but it's pumping without me. But please, it's broken out, double top. It's going without me. Nope, it's coming back to retest. So watch for 36.50 ish, 36.30 ish for B cell. ICU is back to $1, so just doesn't have the momentum. Ayo, Mohammed. Ayo. Is the igloo. Uh, I saw some of my fellow village people. Ham, what were you guys all doing at the DMV? And hold overnight. I think it's a potential for pre-market. Theodore. Okay, I don't know what to say. Um, again, Theodore, come join us in Discord. I don't know what you're waiting for. Slacker. Slacker. We ICU going to the ICU. It doesn't see us. Anyways, yeah. Hopefully we can stay above that 98 cents. Um, please and thank you. Please and thank you. How do you not know this yet? So it anyways, don't worry. I'm only in second place. Like there's 30 weeks left to go. 30 weeks of more fighting. It's only been 8 weeks of information. So of actual playtime. So plenty of time. Who are you captaining this week, Mohammed? Who are you gonna captain? I have no idea who I'm gonna captain. Zero. It's gonna be like a deadline decision. No idea. If I had Harlan, easy monies, but I don't. So easy monies. uh, he's your captain. Yeah, if he plays. Bukayo Saka. He would choke. I hope so. And then Pablo's gonna cry. Every minute he doesn't score, I'm gonna roast Pablo in Discord. I will make sure I'm watching the game. Every minute he doesn't score, Pablo, I'm coming for you. And then if he scores, I'm running away. Na. Oh, you switched teams to Mohammed now? That's good. That's good. That's nothing wrong. Right? Cheer for the winning team. Arsenal 5, Chelsea 0. Oh yeah, Chelsea get humbled. Humboldt. Humboldt. We buy. Yeah, we buy is curling. It's back above the 9, so that's good. Yeah, nice little breakout there. So yeah, a nice that thing actually gives like some nice like nice little pops. Every once in a while, like a nice little pop above the 9, which is good. So if you can scalp it, it might be fun. But Gabby, let's go Gabby. I wish Gabby would score more goals. Seems like a fun guy. Couldn't a roast beef? What did I do, Virgo? What happened? What did I do? Couldn't roast beef. What did I do? What did I do? Na, na, na. Yeah, fun guy, D. Gabby is a fun guy. I like Gabby. No. Anyways, we have 10 minutes left, guys, and then we can hop off. ICU is still holding $1. When get out of the ICU? MDAI, at least for now, it's giving us a higher low there, Lorenda. I don't know if you're still in there, but if you're able to get back in or something, but still needs to break above that stupid 350 level, right? I said I was going to roast somebody. Oh, um, yeah, yeah, it's retesting there, retesting. So it's gonna need to find a way to start curling off that level BLK, and then it potentially becomes a plane, right? So just watch for a curl around 36, 36 whatever, right? So and ICU with 1 penny bounce. Do that. Don't forget pizza. Pizza. Where's pizza? Pizza is most likely in the meeting. Troy, it really is super annoying, isn't it? But then again, the stock has been pumping for a few days, right? From 16 cents to $1.20. That's a pretty nice rally. A small position, Lorenda. Yeah. See if it breaks out. It almost looks like it almost feels like Femi or like ICU. Again, if it can stay above 98 cents, like yeah, then that's okay, right? But then things change, of course, if you hold it overnight, because what happens if it opens below 98 cents or it opens at 50 cents so what is you, Barbie? Oh my goodness. You know what, Joe? Wait till wait till wait till wait till wait till I find your wife on Instagram and I send her some of these messages you're sending, and she will drive to work and drag you home and smack the living hell out of you. I'm waiting. Wait till I find your wife on Instagram, and then I'll send her messages of what you're saying and all these questionable things you're saying, and then she's gonna come to work and find you and say these messages are you. Okay, come on. Blackmail. Yeah. Why did I call it Black Monday or blackmail? Make up its mind either. Exactly, honestly, like either crash or pump, right? Either just break down and so we can leave it alone, or just go up. I'll tell Joe's wife you're just a troublemaker. She'll ignore you. Well, that's true. That is true. I'll send you the link. No, it's okay. The more I think about this, Joe, the more I'm scared. I'm scared of Joe's wife. So it's just like I am scared of Dan's wife. Dan's wife is seems like mm-mm. Joe's wife is the same. Like I'd be scared of Joe's wife. So Joe is okay. Don't send me anything, please. Next thing you know, someone's roasting me on stream. No, it's okay. She needs subscribers. It's okay. I don't want it. I'm telling you, man. It's and humble you, Dan. I'm not surprised. I know she would. Joe's wife is the same. I'd be scared. So, if I'm scared, yes. Um, love to spill the beans. So untrustworthy. What happened? What happened? Keeping it real. What happened? She's 5'11". Why are you telling me that, Dan? Why are you telling me that? Why does that information seem important? Why does this seem important? Are you trying to intimidate me? Rubbish. Oh, telling on Joe? Oh my goodness. Too much violence. We're joking, by the way. We're joking. Telling on Joe? We're joking. Joking. Exactly. Exactly, Josh. Exactly. Like 6 feet or something like that. I try not to keep track, Troy, just because I might scare people. It's okay, Joe. Here comes Joy with more roasting. Sure, people are scrubbing. That is why. Alexa, for you. Oh my goodness, Joy. You know what? Can we end the stream already? There's 4 minutes left. Get your roasting done before I run away. You have 4 minutes to roast. 4 minutes. That's it. Oh my goodness. You guys saved the roasting for the end. Wow. Oh my goodness. In a centimeters. You know what? Now I can't wait for the dev stream to end. Can we end already? Unbelievable. Wow. Unbelievable. Damn. Wow, wow, wow. Anyways, I'm just gonna sit here and mind my own business. And we must say, sure. There's nothing pumping, virus. What am I playing Nightfall 2? Nothing is pumping. Everything is going sideways. Everything is dying. Even Spy is dying. I know, Josh. Wow. Oh my goodness. MTC is on fire. Yeah, at least maybe something can move and save me you know, from the chaos. ICU. Mm, MTC. Oh, they finally fixed it. Yay. MTC is up 67% today. Oh, that was a nice breakout. That was a really nice breakout. Yeah, that thing wasn't really doing much until the breakout. Oh, yeah. Like right there. Again, this is why these breakouts are so important, guys. Right? Resistance, resistance. Right there. Right? Double top. And then cup and handle. Ooh, wee. Right? And then fire, fire, fire. Anyways, that was a nice little breakout. That's called educated FOMO. Willie, spy or Tesla? What do you mean, Willie? What's the question? What's the question? Uh, who's Willie's? Who is this? Who is? Did you change your name? Um, who is this person? That's the first time I've seen that name. Three pancakes high. I told you guys that story, right? So the damn pancakes. 42. MTC. Ooh, wee, that thing is pumping. Willie, good to see you. Um, TPST DP. Okay. Mm, short stack. No, we didn't know what a short stack was in the village. Yeah. Na, 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 na. Yeah, sure. Virus made a very scary shirt. On a Lego filter. Oh my goodness! Wow, roasting in the dollhouse. Uh, wait, what did Troy? Oh my goodness! Wow, wow, wow! All these shots, where are they coming from, guys? My goodness, shots everywhere. It's okay though. We're about to hop off, so entertainment to the next level. It's okay. We're about to hop off. So let me know if you have any last questions, guys. If you haven't smashed a like yet, there's a whole bunch of you that haven't smashed a like yet. Why? I don't know why. Do I like you? No, I don't like you. Um, but anyways, yeah. So smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new, and if you're not a member yet, click this link at the bottom of the chat from Nightbots and come join us in Discord. Alrighty. Uh, let's go, Josh. Let's go. We yeah, we didn't get 1,000% runner, Josh. Tomorrow, don't you worry. Tomorrow, we we need one. Oh my goodness, Joe. Wow, wow, wow. That's for hope. Wow. Yeah, let me take a look. TPST. Ooh, SECO is bouncing there, guys, which is nice. SECO, and then TPST. Yeah, that was a nice little dip there, Lorenda. 585. You know what's interesting is like SECO going at the same time as TPST, right? So we know these two names are connected, right? We know they're both connected, so it's interesting to see them move together. Again, if you waited for that dipski on SECO, that was a perfect dip, right? $1.50, and now it's bouncing. And yeah, and yeah. Mm, yeah. He looks up to us. His patience is short. Oh my goodness. Wow. Troy, where are you coming up? Where are you getting these things from? From the Dan and Peter School of Roasting? Unbelievable. Told you. Willie? Hmm. Interesting. MDAI, the Lorena is still slowly creeping up, so needs to break out. At least for now, it's giving you a higher low though. Like it looks a lot more constructive now, in a way. But same resistance though. It failed again. So breakout or go bye bye. On DY, your Powerball, you'd send some $10 puts. Okay. If BTC closes weekly above 28,650, the next candle is going to be a nice one to 30. Back to 30. Okay, sounds good. Good. So we will hop off and go to Discord, guys. We will be in Stock General, because nothing's moving anyways, right? So otherwise we could do a voice thing, but nothing's really moving here. So we're going to be watching, and if anything shows up, we're going to be in Stock General. And yeah, let me make sure there's no new news. I don't see any new news. 15. Okay. No new news. So SECO looks interesting. Resistance at 170 though, so be careful with that. ICU again, like we mentioned a few times, that damn stock needs to stay above 98 cents. Otherwise, pray, right? MDAI needs to get back about 350 if it wants to really get moving, right? There goes SECO. Ooh wee, SECO. It's looking good. Uh, I mean, yeah. There's really nothing happening, Virgo, for voice, So we just go to let's do voice so we can roast out loud. Nope, it's okay. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you. I can't get into a D. What do you mean you can't? You should be able to. Should be able to. Yeah, you should be able to. If not, then just reconnect. Yeah, send the link. Okay, yeah. If not, just refollow the link, right? So I'll send you the link. Oh my goodness, $1.75. That thing is like, you want to hop off now? You want to leave now? So D, that's your invite link at the. Use the yellow link and then just reconnect. See you in Discord, Joy. Have a wonderful day. Slacker, slacker. Leaving work meetings to come roast. Unbelievable. Get back to work, please, and thank you. Uh, People can see his feet in his passport photo. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. I think it's good we're ending the stream now. Wow. And we failed again at closer to 170 there, so a lot of resistance. But ICU's done well today, honestly, right? It's done really well. This might be something to watch into the rest of the day here. So SECO, SECO. Oh my goodness, yeah, for an hour and still couldn't get. Oh my goodness, wow. You know what? It's time to go. Again, SECO looks good. Righty, so 175. Block him. So I guess his messages. did he get timed out? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow, 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 wow. Violence is a no. No, no, no. I think like I think that's why we have such a good community. Like we joke around a lot. If anybody takes anything like personal, I say, or like like obviously I enjoy roasting or like I enjoy trashing stuff too. So um I hope no one takes anything personal because I don't. We will roast each other and so anyways, SECO, what's the high of the day here actually? 186 186 is the high of the day. 182 is the high of the day for that stock. Oh my days, that thing is looking really good. Yeah, 182, Daryl. That looks good. That looks very good. It's played out really nicely. One and there goes the retest of the high. Oh my goodness. If you're holding a SECO, type in yes in the chat. As a rule, umbrella. I feel like this is someone that's changed their name. Who's changed their name, guys? Who changed their name? And there goes retest, boom skis. And there goes new highs of the day. Wow. This stock really doesn't want us to leave, does it? Really doesn't want us to leave. Jody, yes, nice. Congratulations. Good job. Yeah, again, just be aware that you have a double top there and at 182. Even if it goes above, it doesn't mean it's going to close above, or so this new candle is breaking above again, right? So if it can close above, then that's a really good thing. I look sleepy. Mm, I don't think so. Um, wee. That's a nice push. That's a very nice push. Again, the retest was absolute perfection, right? So in the consolidation right there was very nice, right? Played way too many games, but this little curl here, beautiful. And then another breakout right there, right? So another breakout and then gone. Educated FOMO, right? So 166, boom skis. So 182 is your next resistance. Nap time? Nope. I don't take naps when the market's open. I do like naps though. There goes the fail, Jody, right? So 182, right? 182 double tops, boom skis, right? So now I watch for that previous level, that 166, right? So this initial breakout, right? This little level here, right? There's always a breakout, there's always a retest. Resistance and a retest. Surprise? No, not really. Once you start getting to resistance, you want to be very aware of like what you need to do. Okay. Once you go to Discord, it's nap time. Oh, Discord is considered nap time. Any chances the ball went out? Uh, test. Um, yeah, that was. I'm sure this isn't done yet, Jody. So we're gonna keep watching this in Discord. But that was a nice. Congratulations, good job. Right. Hopefully now it stays above $1.66. Alrighty, guys. Be safe. Thank you all very much. Much love. If you have any questions, again, don't hesitate. We're gonna be in Discord, right? So don't hesitate at all. we're going to keep looking at all these names, right? Again, ICU still looks interesting. ICU looks interesting as long as it stays above support, right? So super slow. SECO, now we're going to be watching for consolidation above $1.60 whatever, or break above 182 again, right? For a cup and handle, and more boomski to $2. And then anything else that shows up, right? So good night. Good night where? It's like 30 minutes after midday. Good night. No, not good night. Stuff to do. He sleeps well when a little baby liquid Benadryl in his bottle. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Stay dangerous, guys. And see you all in Discord. Much love. Dan, have a great night. Have a wonderful rest of the day, guys. And ready? Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Bye, all.